This
Start your
conference will
recording.
now be recorded.
Okay.
Why don't you give Alex an introduction?
Alex Hobel, he's Madison County.
Planning director.
Thank you. All the way.
So, I'll stand by this. Is this okay?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Hey Ginger, I'm sorry, would you do me a favor and mute who's ever on there, just because the speaker's right here.
And we should probably all mute ourselves for noise.
Okay. Hello, Town Commission. Glad to be here with you all tonight. My name's Alex Hobel. I do work for Madison County in our planning department. The reason I'm down here today and the reason the county is involved in the conditional use permit review is that the town of Ennis and Madison County have entered into an interlocal agreement several years ago. Under that agreement, the county planning board currently serves as the planning board for the town of Ennis. So when there are provisions under the Ennis code that require review by a planning board, right now those reviews essentially should be conducted by the effective planning board, which happens to be the county planning board. The time that the Ennis code was written, right now here's the Title 11, which is the zoning regulations. When it was written, the town had their own planning board intact. For whatever reasons, that is not the case today. And so the county does. I anticipate I'm going to try to give a presentation of the staff report.
Alex, can you talk into a microphone maybe so that the people online can hear you?
You take Blake.
Or just close to you. Thank you.
So tonight, what I would anticipate we'll probably do, I'm not sure about how the town coordinates your meetings, but I'll do a staff presentation. I think Ms. Johnson would like to do an applicant presentation, and then there'll be an appropriate time for the board to ask questions. If you have any questions about the report or the review, any questions from the applicant, and at that time you can open up your discussion the way that you're accustomed to. You will find that just in the format of the staff report, it does lay out some draft findings of fact. And those are based on the applicable review criteria pursuant to the regulations. The kinds of findings of fact are a section for a draft recommendation and draft conditions. Under my review that I have conducted, I have recommended approval of the conditional use permit subject to conditions of approval. And we'll talk about those details in just a few minutes. The planning board did conduct a public hearing, which was legally noticed. That occurred on April 26th. And the planning board also forwarded a recommendation of approval to the town commission with conditions. There's a In your packets, you're gonna see the original staff report as your first thing on your stapled bundle that Ginger's put together. About halfway through, you'll see the planning board addendum. Before I get into, nuts and bolts, I just wanted to talk about the documents that are in hand tonight. So the application was originally submitted to the town in December. There was a town discussion on it in February, on the 9th, I believe. And at that time, certain materials had been submitted. For instance, the standard permit for any zoning use in the town. There was an application, as well as an application for the conditional use permit. Those hadn't been processed at the time of the February 9th meeting. I've been focusing solely on the conditional use permit. That's our involvement.
Just mute everyone.
So in the materials you've received, I emailed the planning board addendum and staff report to Ginger with some additional attached application materials. I made a mistake and forgot to get you one key one of those, and that's the one I just handed out to you. And the reason it's important is because there are some parts of the applicant's proposal regarding connections to water and wastewater systems on page 4. And it's under a header called Water and Sewer Agreement. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the commission tonight. So the subject property is located towards the north end of the North 40 subdivision on block 2. The property will development of block in its entirety. The application includes a request for 3 separate multifamily structures. Each structure would have 3 levels, would have a ground garage level, and then 2 residential levels above the garage. Within each structure are 4 units, separate dwelling units anticipated to be condominiumized, so they would actually be able to be independently owned from one another. Each floor has 2 residential units planned. The total height as proposed is 39 feet 3 inches. But they're tall structures. The subject property occurs in an area that's zoned core commercial residential, CCR. And the reason why we're doing a conditional use permit as the mechanism of this is that under the core commercial residential zone, multifamily and single family residential are permitted with issuance of a conditional use permit. And I believe it's because the primary intent of the core commercial residential is that it may also have commercial. Oftentimes commercial uses and residential uses may or may not be compatible. So the conditional use permit process allows conditions to be required to mitigate any concerns or impacts relative to the regulations. I don't have a display prepared for everybody tonight. I kind of wish we did so we could look at the arrangement for access and parking. I know there are a lot of folks here, and I'm going to try to just jump to the chase about the proposal. The primary access to this particular location is from Otis Avenue. The property is located directly between Otis Avenue and Highway 287. During the review and approval process of the North 40 subdivision, Montana Department of Transportation has made it very clear as to
to make some copies of that, sorry.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'll just make some copies, I can keep going.
So MDT has been very instrumental in determining where the key access points for the North 40 subdivision are allowed to be. And there were some that were originally drawn in and that I believe the developer thought might be future roads, that they have actually said, no, they may not be used. They want to control the access points onto the highway. So this project is not being accessed from the highway. And that's a really important thing to be very clear about. Also, part of the intrinsic nature of North 40 subdivision, going back to the original intent and purpose, was the pedestrian element of it, and the fact that when it's finally ultimately built out, it is intended to have internal sidewalks, so there would be adequate pedestrian access within the subdivision and to the core of town. And I'll get to why I'm mentioning that in just a minute. The zoning on the property is, as I mentioned, core commercial residential. When you look at the operative table for all of the zones to look at bulk and dimensional requirements, these are things like minimum lot size, maximum building heights, setbacks for front, side, and rear yards. The table that is in the zoning regulations under the CC,
Go ahead. Thank you, sorry.
under the CCR zone, it only has one specific standard established, and that's for building height. The building height is allowed to be 40 feet in a core commercial residential, according to the regulations. All the other standards have a footnote of 3 in the table, and if you read that footnote, it refers to a different overlay zone called the traditional neighborhood development, otherwise known as TND. So essentially, there's no prescribed setback from front, side, and rear lines in the CCR. There's also no minimum lot size established. So when you cross-reference into the TND zone to look for whatever guidance it offers, one would expect to see some specifications. However, the regulations don't have much in the way of a specification. It's got a lot of ideology about the concept of what it's trying to do, but it doesn't provide any hard, fast rules of a standard for things such as a side yard setback, minimum lot size, etc. Towards the end of the T&D section, it does have a series of 3 or 4 notes. What it says is that for particular uses, it encourages reference to other zoning districts. Essentially, another zoning district that represents the type of use proposed. So the fact that these are residential and multifamily residential, directly across the street to the west is a RTD, Residential Town Density Zone. The application has been designed utilizing the standards of the RTD because that's deferred to by the TND. It's a little bit interesting how this all interweaves. And the staff report lays all of this out. And I know you guys have read it, so I'll try to not talk too long. I have a bad habit of that. Some of the challenges that came up on the review had to do with the concept of parking and access. One of the things about the TND zone is it has this general statement that basically indicates the concept is to if you have a TND project, that it's supposed to fit in with the nature of the town. Essentially, it seems like they're trying to get at kind of a quaint, old Western town look. In my opinion, I think that may be specifically geared towards commercial uses. For instance, so a Wendy's doesn't show up right on the entry corridor of town, or a McDonald's, and look like a Wendy's or a McDonald's. I think that's not unreasonable, that the zoning would try to maintain the town's character in that way. However, it doesn't say what the look should be. It doesn't say we want these to be all log homes, or everything should look like it's 1880s brick. There's no guidance. And so it's a challenge on an administrative level. It's been one of the, sorry, it's been one of the review challenges. With the TND, it says, I think in that same intent, and I have to think that it has a lot to do with commercial, not necessarily all, but I would suspect primarily the intent might have been to keep the tone down with new commercial uses coming into the commercial core commercial residential and the LCR zones. Those are the two zones that are overlain by the TND. But they don't allow parking and access in the front. And I think the intent would be, again, if you bring in a new commercial business, you don't want to have a big parking lot right on the entry corridor to town that says, welcome to Ennis, here's our parking lot. I believe that seems to be the intent of it. However, in the case of a residential use, it does provide some challenges. What's the practicality of forcing a driveway around the side and to the rear, consuming valuable surface area of the property? Also increasing surface areas that are impermeable for storm drainage and things of that nature. This proposal does propose access off of Otis Avenue. It has more than the required amount of parking spaces. It also has more than the required amount of disability parking spaces. The access appears to be quite reasonable, and the dimensions appear to be very suitable. The key widths that are established in the regs of 22 feet are met. I don't think it's particularly problematic, and I think it's a good design. It does get a little crosswise with that statement in the TND that says all access should be from the rear. So there are many things about the TND that give me a little concern as a planner. I don't believe it's legally defensible on many fronts. I think it's problematic. I would encourage the town to consider it very quickly to work on some text amendments and probably remove the TND until you can rework it. I'm happy to chat with you about that at any time. But getting into the review, I've already mentioned there's a lack of specificity regarding standards. And within the actual review itself, based on the standards that exist, my initial staff report arrived at 3 findings of fact. And these are categorical, essentially dealing with the categories of criteria that do exist within the regulations. One of the concerns that was identified with our legal notice or request for public comment, I didn't receive any public comment from any adjoining owners. We also published it in the newspaper for 2 successive weeks. I did receive comment from Joe Brummel of the Office of Emergency Management, and he was speaking on behalf of himself and also the Madison Valley Rural Fire Department. They have expressed the most substantial comment today on the project, in my opinion. And it's a concern that the town right now does not have a tall ladder truck capability. They're concerned that the building height is something that they may not be able to adequately fight in the event of a fire, to be able to fight a fire. It is noted that the east side of the structures would have porches on them that aren't particularly high. Any typical contractor ladders, or I'm sure hand ladders fire personnel have, probably could certainly reach those porches. You can see those in the application materials and some of those renderings. The challenges with regard to that comment is that they're real comments, they're real concerns, and it has to do with public health and safety and our local services, local emergency services. However, the regulations clearly establish a 40-foot maximum building height in the CCR zone. It has no caveats. It's applicable to any building. Those regulations have been established for years, and they've never been questioned, apparently, by the fire districts. And really, it is a role of public interest for agencies to be aware of the rules that are working within their communities. And I'm not sure that it's actually appropriate and fair to arbitrarily, in reference to the regulations, arbitrarily recommend denial over a comment of that nature when the rules clearly allow it. The other comments that came in with Mr. Brummel's letter were concerns about the separation of the buildings horizontally, and also possibly having a requirement for internal fire sprinkling. So to look at the separation of the buildings, as I mentioned, the design has been based on the RTD standards because there's a linkage in the zoning that says that you would use a residential standard. In the RTD, the side yard setbacks are 5 feet, which essentially is the design width between these buildings. And so that standard also exists in the regulations. With regard to a requirement for building code implementation in order to mitigate impacts, state statutes very clear on it. Title 50, Section 60, there's a section on requirement of building codes and implementation of code-specific measures to mitigate concerns. And it says that unless a county or a city government actually has certain characteristics formally established within their operating mechanisms, that you can't actually require code enforcement for things such as internal sprinkling. These require annual inspections and maintenance. So you actually have to have licensed building inspectors in your organization and meet certain requirements to be certified by a particular department in the state. I believe it's Department of Public Health and Human Safety. I know that the county does not have these provisions, and I'm not sure about the town of Ennis. I would suspect not. Most of that type of a building inspection programs you would see in large municipalities, where you have, neighboring 100,000 individuals. There are some in the state, but I suspect that we're not equipped that way. So even though these sound really like excellent concerns, there will be tall buildings built in any city, and change will come to any city where real estate's expensive. People naturally do want to expand vertically. It's just the way the world goes. other shortcoming I identified in the review is that your zoning regulations under conditional use permit criteria, they don't include a criteria for public health and safety. It's a substantial shortfall. And I'm saying this on purpose in this public meeting because it needs to be recognized. I believe that also warrants an immediate text amendment. I think that if you're going to have zoning, you need to have criteria that is meaningful. So based on the limited criteria, and also I do think the design is a reasonable design. It may be met with different opinions, I'm sure it is. But I do think functionally it would add 12 additional dwelling units to the inventory of housing within the community, and I think there's a need for that. I do think that they'll be built well. They will be required to meet certain requirements under the State Bureau of Labor and Industry. I do think they will be safe and well built. They do have a plan for connection to public water and sewer. When we conducted the public hearing, there was a conversation with the applicant who, when I first wrote the staff report, it was my understanding there were 2 stubs on the property for water and sewer. And right now, with the 3 buildings, Public Works has indicated they would like 3 stubs, 1 for each building, 1 of water and sewer for each building. If you have a problem with 1 building, then all the other buildings aren't affected. I think that's wise. I think it's reasonable. There was some comment from Brianne, I believe, at the public hearing with the planning board that the property actually had already 3 stubs installed. Based on that, the planning board addendum identifies condition 5, draft condition 5. It had identified striking that because of the understanding that the 3rd did exist. However, I've had opportunity to listen to the comments from the Public Works Department, and it's their understanding that there are 2 stubs. So in any case, I provided you 2 documents tonight. One of them is that extra part of the application from March 9th. And then the other is a draft of a potential additional finding of fact. If in fact the commission thinks that these would be reasonable, they seem to safeguard the interests of your Public Works Department and the services you provide regarding municipal water and sewer. And I'm trying to find mine now. In any case, there is a draft additional finding of fact number 4.
Yes.
Okay. And that's highlighted in the gray with italics. And it reads, according to the town Public Works Department director, there are presently only 2 water and sewer stubs on the subject property, and the 3rd stub should be required to be installed under the water and sewer mains to provide municipal water and sewer service to the 3rd building. Public Works Director has indicated unhindered and perpetual access to the utility meters and shutoff valves for each building and unit should be guaranteed. I think that's a reasonable request. The town will see additional multifamily buildings at some time, and there has to be a way for the town to reasonably monitor water usage through the meters, to be able to charge for water accordingly, and also access the valves to shut off water if necessary. Associated with that finding, you will see on the back page of this handout that there is some draft language on condition 5 and 6 and a new condition 7. These are all associated. Number 5 regards water. Number 6 regards sewer. essentially, there was some language added that says, that refers to obtaining a building permit prior to installing the water and sewer infrastructure. Just to, good measure to make sure that those components are installed according to the town specifications. Number 7 is dealing with the access to the meters and the shut-off valves. As proposed, these would be installed internally on the ground floor of the buildings, behind the garage, in what they're calling a,
Mechanical room.
thank you. So, Mr. Elser has indicated really a question, because it's not a detail that's yet been fine-tuned in this community. But the reality of entering a private building to do business that's necessary to occur, it's important that public works staff could access the meters and the shut-off valves appropriately. So the draft, for your consideration, the draft additional condition number 7 says, in the interest of providing municipal water and sewer service to each dwelling unit, Town of Ennis Public Works Department shall have unhindered and perpetual access to the utility meters and shut-off valves for each multifamily building and dwelling unit. Now, that does not mean access to the dwelling unit. It means access to the valves and meters for the dwelling units. The planning board did recommend approval of this proposal. It was not a unanimous vote, it was 10-1. One of the planning board members, just out of principle, felt that it was important to recognize the awkward impasse regarding that, pardon me, slipping my mind here, the impasse regarding the public health and safety requests and the actual language in the regulation. So one of our board members just wanted to dissent on the vote, and with that recognition. And so that's why I'm really wanting to point that out to everybody tonight. There are some things that can be done to improve the regulations in their administration. With that, I think I will leave it up to Brianne to come speak with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you
so much.
So good evening. I think this is round 3, but the first time I've been able to make it in person. I was joking with some of the other committee members earlier, I'm fully vaccinated, so now I'm going in person everywhere. I'm Brianne Johnson. I am the attorney representative for My Willow. My Willow is 2 different developer clients. One of them is Michael Sprout. He's here tonight. And he's a local here from Ennis. The other party, we do have a party. You notice, I know it's caused some consternation that it's found out with us in Maryland. It's a party that splits our time between Montana and here. Mike is our on the ground guy. He's with me here tonight too. So I'm just going to Alex kind of gave a lot of the good nuts and bolts. So I'm going to just fill in a little bit more of the stuff from a developer perspective. And then also I know too that there have been a lot of questions and concerns related to the project. It's something different for Ennis. It's something, I don't think there's been a multifamily unit constructed in a long time. My understanding is, historically speaking, the conditional use permitting, which is required because of the T&D overlay, has often been waived in the past. But because this is a multifamily structure, we really wanted to make sure that all the T's were crossed and I's were dotted. New council members who haven't dealt with one of these before too. So we've been trying to work, like I think Alex said, since last fall. It's kind of been out for a little while. We started out with Art Bahar and zoning. I know Mr. Bahar has since retired, and there's been some transition there. But we've really been trying to what I've said over and over again, which I'm probably sure people are sick of hearing, we wanted to tick all the boxes. So whatever needed to be done in order for the permit to come through according to the laws and regulations, that's what we were aiming and have been aiming to do. We're not trying to do something new and novel or reinvent the wheel. But it feels like that, or it feels like a new wheel because the town really hasn't been through one of these processes in quite some time. And so as Alex kind of discussed, as far as what the zoning regulations and the code requirements dictate, there are some holes, but this is what the given permitting environment is right now, and this is what we came in with and tried to fill in the gaps where it seemed necessary, and then tick the boxes that were available to tick. And unfortunately, and you're not going to hear this come out of a developer attorney's mouth very often, but some more specifics would be helpful. And I know that the town right now is looking at the master plan again and going to be doing some revising to the zoning. And I think that would be hugely beneficial. Like, I'd like to give another run at this, hopefully, again on another project with some new guidelines in place. So we've just tried to do the best that we can given the current permitting situation. And I think, yeah, as far as I'm aware, the fire department's public comments were the only ones that were received. I wasn't aware that any others came in today because I think the deadline was like 3 p.m. So, but I know we have quite a bit of attendance here tonight, and I would be happy to try to address any of those issues or questions or concerns that come about. I think just to kind of reiterate a couple of things that Alex said. I know the height of the structure has been a hot topic. The CCR zoning does allow for 40 feet, and then it refers to what's the closest next zoning thing for everything else. There's footnotes to it. And so like Alex said, he looked across the street to the RTD, we went from there. And so all of the other setbacks and requirements as they're laid out on the site plan fit into the RTD. And then structure comes in at a height of 39 feet and 3 inches. We did have our architect provide Madison County, and I think that's come to you guys as well, the elevation delineation on that property, because really the 39.3 inches is at the very peak of the roof, but the vast majority of the structure is accessible at 30 feet and under. Because our understanding from the town is that the highest that they can go is approximately 27 feet, which is in accordance, I mean, we are in that weird position between what the zoning regulations allow and can be permitted, and then what has actually been done customarily. And the two have not aligned, and this project has really brought a lot of that into, I think, closer focus. But we did provide the elevation so that we could show the fire department where their access points could be, like Alex had said, with a contractor's letter or something like that, so that there would be no problem being able to actually get up to that 3rd story of the building. So that's in regard to the height and the setbacks. I think some other things that I just wanted to highlight, and I know it's like out-of-state developer. I'm from Blair, Montana. I don't know if you're familiar with that community. It's up on the Western Highline. It's unlike Ennis, it's a dying community. I found out my high school's down to 49 people. There were 100 when I was there. And, so if you guys want to ship some development north, let me know. But, we've seen with Los Angeles, and I live there, that when you have unexpected, quick, fast growth, there's ups and downs. And Ennis is actually, I've worked with some other smaller communities like West Yellowstone and Manhattan, and then I worked with, during the Bakken boom, some of the places outside of Sydney when all of that was going on. You don't realize the holes or the gaps or the problems until you have that push, because everything's been running along fine. And so we're cognizant of that. The hope is that, it is a local person on the ground here who is a co-developer. They have an ownership interest in this project. The idea was to bring some multifamily housing to the community because it is growing and there is a need for that. It's a nice demographic change from the ranches and ranchettes and that kind of thing that have been booming on the development side. So we're trying to kind of keep that focus and know that it's not just some yahoo from out east coming in and being like, so here's what y'all gonna do. We want to try to be as accommodating as possible. And I think it's kind of been a fun process in a lawyerly way to go back and forth with the town and the planning board to try to figure some of this stuff out. Even though at times it's been painful. The other thing is that, it is a local development, trying to hire local contractors, subcontractors, that kind of thing, to bring some of the money into the community, which is not required. And it's not something that is regulated or has to be accounted for. It's not one of the boxes that we have to tick, but it's something I think is important to convey in the context of this. The unit, I know it's been a little bit confusing. There are 3 buildings with 4 units apiece. So there's 4 units in each building. So there's 12 individual condo units, if that helps clarify anything. So like 3 buildings, 12 units, 14, yeah, that's what it is. 3 buildings, 4 units apiece, 12 units total is what would be provided with the project. And just looking back through my notes here. I think I'll just leave it at that for right now. I think Alex pretty much handled all the technical details. And I'm happy to answer other questions that come up throughout the process tonight, but just hopefully that helps give you a little bit more context for what the process has been and kind of what has been the intent behind it.
Thank you, Jen. Okay, now on to the next part. We'll take public comment. We need to limit it to as quickly as you can. I don't want to stop anyone. Please listen if we've had something that's been put out here, but there's many people that's here. Let's try not to do the repeat thing. I want to hear from everyone, and we'll start with that as you, we'll have you raise your hand, and then I need you to state your name so Karen can get it for public record, and then go ahead and do your comment.
Okay, I am Maria Marzullo Lake. And I request that this be incorporated into the minutes of the meeting. I'll give Ginger a copy. I'm not here to oppose growth. In my opinion, growth is inevitable. And without reasonable control growth, the town will not prosper. I do, however, wish to share some thoughts and opinions as a layperson relating to the subject project. There seems to be a lot of emphasis on affordability. Understandably so, the developer hasn't provided their definition of affordability. And my question is, has the council defined what affordability is? What criteria will you go by? Or is it going to be part of your decision-making process? I've looked at the packet that you have available. The handicap parking spaces have been included in the preliminary drawings. But I find it hard to understand how a handicapped person, specifically one that has trouble getting around, is going to live on a 2nd or 3rd floor, requiring them to climb stairs. The storage areas on the ground floor are 642 square feet of open space shared between 2 owners. I believe it's a nightmare waiting to happen. Where's my area? Where's your area? Who forgot to lock the door and my stuff got stolen? Whose stuff leaked and damaged my stuff? Whose insurance is responsible for loss and damage? Is a title company truly going to insure title to my portion of this area? There's reference to proposed covenants on how many adults and how many under 18 may occupy a unit, and as to the species of pet and number of pets permitted to occupy. Does anyone think this isn't going to be an ongoing problem for an HOA? This is setting up the HOA for certain and continual conflict and failure. We're living in rural Montana where property owners are not accustomed or in favor of being controlled. I can see both sides to this occupancy issue, but I hope that there is a better way to address it. And I'm not expecting any answers from any of you tonight. I just hope that I'm creating some questions for you. Do the limits of our current sewer and water system provide for the addition of the usage of this project, or will it require any expansion? And is there a provision to ask the developer to share in that cost? And the fire and first responder issue has already been brought up. Personally, if I were to live in one of those units, I'm not going to be able to climb a ladder to get down, nor should I have to have one out on my deck so I can get there before the volunteer fire department does. Now we have the view shed, which is why so many of us live here, what we covet. I look at those already living to the west of the project and are now going to be subjected to looking at the backside of this project. In some cases, it may cut off their view shed. I've not gone over there, and without putting up a wall that's 30 plus feet tall, I don't know how to determine how much of the view shed is going to be lost. The mountains and the skylines are our views, and we covet them. Let's find a better way to grow without bringing the Bozeman type of growth to Ennis. The way I'm looking at the drawings, there's one way in and one way out of these buildings. Even the county requires a subdivision to have 2 ways in and out. Why wouldn't a dwelling unit have 2 ways? And clearly jumping over my deck railing is not a good second way. I'm not asking for you to provide responses this evening, but what I'm asking for is for each of you to revisit this project with these issues in mind and satisfy yourself that each one of them have been met. Trust me, there will not be a shortage of individuals that will hold your feet to the fire when something goes south. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rand.
Anyone else have public?
Hi.
Please state your name.
Hi, I'm Tanya Cubell. I'm new to the community and I just moved here. I was drawn to this meeting specifically for this issue, and I would say that I'm a little nervous because I'm new, so forgive me. But you have 16 or 18 people on the phone, and you have at least 50 community members here. Maybe we haven't had a public comment, but this is the response. So you do have a loud voice here, and it's been publicized on Ask Ennis, and I'm sure there's a lot of other people who feel this way. I think to say that a regulation has never been addressed or never been a problem. I come from a city, and I lived in a multiple dwelling, and I've seen what happens when people get careless. I've seen multiple 5-alarm fires, and to say that you're going to put a ladder, how are they going to carry the what's it called, all the equipment on their back? How are they going to carry what's it called? How are you going to carry a fire hose up a contractor's ladder, which is going to get hot from the metal? How can you build this without having a fire department? You're talking about 12 units, 2 people in a unit. Let's just say it's an entire family. Let's say one of those buildings starts burning. This place has wind. The wind jumps the highway. You now have a major fire, and you don't have a way to stop it. So I moved to this community. I picked this town, and I'm sorry I'm nervous, but I'm new. But I picked this town because there's an accountability here. When you have individual homeowners, people care about their neighbors here. When you have an anonymous building with a lot of different people moving in and out and turning over units, you're going to see a change. You're not going to see kids playing in the yard freely the way I see it here. I went to the store the other day in this town, and some woman left her kids in the truck unattended, went into the grocery store. I watched kids. You don't worry here. It's safe. And that's the difference. When you have condos, people start renting out their condos, and you don't know who's coming in and who's coming out.
Right.
This matters to us. And I picked this because of that, and I want to be a part of this community. And you cannot, I applaud the guy or the woman who voted against this and said, I'll be that voice. We need that voice. You can't gloss over loss of life or the potential of loss of life with the fire department. Where is the chief here? We need the chief here to tell us, to be the expert to tell us whether or not you can use a contractor's ladder, not an attorney and not an investment partner. We need somebody whose job is going to be, and it's their skin on the game. And I have fallen 6 feet and I broke my back. Jumping off, if she's going to jump off or a handicapped person has to get down, let's see someone man carry him down a contractor's ladder. Good luck.
Thank you.
Please state your name.
Thank you.
My name is Jim Parsons, and I'm concerned about the greedy carpetbaggers that are here. You know, the profiteers. They're not from our town. They're more interested in their wallets. And then the 10 to 1, the yes men here, right? Where's the common sense? Where's the common sense when you got a 3-story building and all of a sudden in the winter it's 20 below zero, you got 30 mile an hour winds,
Power goes out.
and the power goes out. They got wood stoves? No. And the fire department. We can't, you don't have right facilities for it? And what about your water? Water's a big deal in this country right now. When McMullen built all those homes, there's a water shortage there. We don't even know about it. It's there, and it's going to be a major crisis, the water. And what about the sewer? Are your taxes going to go up? In another 5 years, are you going to be able to afford your family to pay the taxes to live here? You folks, commissioners, you better wake up. You've been hiding here. You're not allowing us to come here. Now you pull this meeting, and this man here, he talks here for a half an hour. You people better get with the program. Either that or find another job. We're tired of you folks. You should all be replaced, every one of you. Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, Jack Samus, Blackjack Ranch. I'm not going to talk about the planning specifics.
Can I
because
stop you for just 1 second? I missed your name. Could you
Jack
say?
Samus, S-A-M-M-I-S, Blackjack Ranch.
Thank you.
So I'm not going to get into the specifics on planning, which has been a lot discussed. After that presentation, I just think there's too many, this is a very premature meeting as far as I'm concerned. There's too many things out there. Here's the things I listened to in that presentation. No specifics, no guidance, general talk, I think, I believe, appears to be, no standard, I'm not sure, shortcomings. How can a council approving some sort of planning offering have these questions hanging out there? It makes no sense to me. So, but I'd rather talk about something more important, and that's we have a community here in Ennis. And there's never been a worse time for our families, for our children, for our relatives than right now. Coming out of a pandemic, for you to be talking about this money opportunity without saying how does it benefit our families. I was at the golf course today, and one of the maintenance workers had to move to Whitehall with his family because his rent went too high. So let's focus on the right things for Ennis, not the right things for growth and development at this point. We need to get out of the pandemic. We've got to make sure our local residents, and again, the council, the town council, the county council, county commissioners, how can you move forward with something like this when we're not even taking care of our local people? I don't want to see this town become another Bozeman, for sure. So I just think there's some things that we need to talk about there. And again, I think this is premature. I think we need to regroup here and come back again when the Planning Commission has some answers to these questions that he obviously agreed he doesn't have. Shortcomings, I don't have an answer. We don't know about the codes. I mean, what is that? You can't make a decision based on that mayor or councilman or whatever. So, yeah, I think this should be put on hold until we have an infrastructure commitment. We know what the infrastructure is going to be. We don't know we're guessing about sewers. This might happen. This has happened in the past. I mean, I don't get it. We need to have a plan. We need to sit down. But I think number one, whatever we do in Ennis going forward, we have to look at our local community and decide what is the benefit from this to our local community. I want to know that. What is the cost to the city in the next 5 years to do this? What is the return to the city? These are the questions you need to answer, not whether a commitment is made or whatever. So that's my position.
Thank you.
I'm Sherry Gold. I went to the county board when Josh Viovich wanted a variance so he could build that mess of little houses over here. And he had rejiggered the zoning rules so that he could jam a whole lot of single-family houses on a small parcel. And I think it's hideous. There are houses facing this way, that way, tiny, big, and I just, I don't see that this is going to be a lovely thing. It's not going to be a lovely thing. His little houses, it's just terrible. And if these are condos, and you're not sure if they're condos, the condo owners can turn around and rent them out. Or, God forbid, turn them into Airbnbs. And you'll have like vertical ghettos instead of a horizontal one. And you drive down Otis Lane through Viovich's little houses, you can't see any scenery. And they're not 30, 40 feet tall. They're single families, but it's like, I came from Little Havana. You couldn't see the horizon from anywhere. I mean, you could barely see the sky for the buildings. And that would be the worst next thing. This is supposed to be the last best place. Well, it's turning into the very last, and it's going to be over with. And that's my concern. It's just the beginning of the end. And it sets a precedent that we don't want to see established. So I'm totally against it.
And there's also a rumor in town that, it's a rumor for sure, but the Yellowstone Club and people up on Big Sky are looking at Ennis for housing for their employees and their employees.
That's been going on forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they won't let their workforce live there.
But I'm just saying, we got to take care of our local residents before we start moving people into the big.
Just a quick question.
Okay, go ahead.
Can I ask? My name's Christian Peterson. I have a quick question for you all.
They can't answer any questions right now. We're in public comment.
Well, they can answer them later, but I'm just going to bring this up, and for the attorney and for the developer. Knowing that it's now public, that this building, we don't have a fire department to save lives. Are you going to disclose that when you sell them?
Yeah, you can answer. We're not allowed to speak during this period.
So I think that something that, this is where, let me have my moment, please.
Sure.
Okay? This is where we have acknowledged that there is a problem between what Ennis has in its code and what its fire department has done in accord with the code.
Mm-hmm.
And that is not the developer responsibility. You say it, be the way that you want to be about it, but please read your own code and regulations because that's where it is at. And hang on.
Okay.
What about moral?
Yeah, moral.
So,
What about
yeah.
the moral compass of this? If this
And
were
this-
double.
Hey, let's stop right now.
Yes, I don't want to engage in any further disagreements, but what I want to do address is that we can, morals and all of that, if you want to have to talk with me afterwards, I'm happy to have that conversation. But right now, you guys have an opportunity to fix this problem. You are going through a master plan review, you are going through a zoning change. You cannot put the burden on one party to fix the town's infrastructure problems. That's not legal, and that is not under the state constitution, federal constitution, or the local zoning regulations and ordinances.
But it's morally irresponsible.
It's
That-
just irresponsible.
Hey, I am representing the developer who has come through your permitting process that you have, that has been publicly available and approved for well over 2 decades.
So it would be.
And I am trying to comply, and my developer is trying to comply with the process. That is, we don't also go to church to have this problem
Times
taken
have
care of.
changed in 2 decades, you know it?
Where is the chief?
So that is what I can give you, is that we are trying to conform with the town's zoning laws and regulations. We understand that there are concerns. Those are concerns that fall outside the scope of this review right now and what the commission has jurisdiction to decide on. That's not a satisfying answer, and I understand that. That sounds like a bunch of lawyer bullshit coming out of my mouth, because that's what I have to work with as an attorney. Okay, and that's what you have as a community to work with as your set of laws and regulations. I can't fix that for you. I can come with what I have.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so,
Please state your name.
or, yes, I was gonna.
Okay.
Tony Treglia, owner of Lure Me Inn. Publicly, I'm not in favor of a 3-story unit, but my questions for the council is, we've heard about cost of the units affordable. What are they planning to sell each unit for? Right? I came from Fort Lauderdale. I saw this type of development go up. Once one goes up, they all start going up, and they're never affordable. Second is, when you talk about local ownership, somebody on the ground here in Ennis, what is that percent of ownership? Is it 1%? Is it 10%? Or is it 50%? Because if it's a low percent, it's just a fake way of saying it's ownership. And then third is, I've lived in a lot of places where development has occurred, and I know personally that I've seen developers come in with fire trucks for the community that have ladders, putting in extra water, right, tapping in, getting an extra well, and paying to get into the sewer to handle that new development that's going on. So, and oh, by the way, I'm also on the steering committee for the Envision Ennis to make sure that this group doesn't get out of control. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I'm Keith Brown, and I'm also on that steering committee. And that committee is actually a voice of the town. Everybody in this town is encouraged to speak up with your thoughts, your ideas, your concerns about what's going on in Ennis. We're just here to filter through all those thoughts and ideas and then bring them to the council. I think that we are in the beginning stages of deciding who we want to be when we grow up. Ennis is growing up, and it's growing up quickly. Proposals like this are going to be coming down the pipeline very fast. This isn't going to be the last one we see. We have to decide how we deal with this. I'm not opposed to this project. I'm opposed to it today. We have a lot of work to do until we decide if a project like this makes sense in this town. We're just not there yet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gordon Todd. A mention was made of sprinkler system. Well, I don't know, why couldn't these buildings have sprinkler systems, for one thing? Talk about inspectors, they're available all over the nation. They can travel, they only need to inspect the facility once a year to make sure everything is up to snuff. That's would answer one of my main concerns about the fire safety of the thing, because it's really not very good the way it sits right now. That's my main comment.
Kirk Cardoso, I got some comments to say about this. First of all, there's no access for fire engines to get to the rear of these buildings. Second of all, there's no fire escapes. Third, we got a town council blowing township funds to sue a private property owner to the tune of $175,000. We are subbing out sewer work to companies from Bozeman. We can't even handle our own work in this community. Some of you on this board ought to resign for what's been going on.
Yeah, a lot of it.
This is sick. It's really sick. I come from a high-tax state. Anytime a developer wants to come in and do something, well, we'll just tax the people some more to build our infrastructure. When I see a town blowing funds the way it is and wanting to get rid of our police department, that's been said between some of you board members. I know that has been said. Madison County wants to charge the town $300,000 a year to patrol this area if we get rid of our one officer. That's gross. Absolutely gross. Some of you on that board ought to be ashamed. I've been in this community a few years. I love this community. I don't want to see it go the way of California. I love California because of this kind of crap. We don't have the infrastructure. Our infrastructure is already overworked. We got 2 wells in town. What are we doing here? And what is the price of these things? Who's going to be moving into them? Is it going to be single families that really need an upgrade, or is it going to be rich out-of-towners coming in? This is absurd. What's been going on during this whole pandemic with you guys keeping this council closed is BS. I've been on these conference calls. You call on who you want to call because they're favorable to your positions. Some of you ought to really be ashamed. $175,000 to sue a private property owner when your township lines show a dead break on that alleyway. And you're out there talking about it at Ennis Park. $175,000 spent like it's some grand thing. You ought to be ashamed, Corey Hardy. I've seen you out there. What a joke.
Comrade Lisa.
Okay, no name calling. Can we table this and have a get together and get some facts together? This is so premature. It's like crazy.
Please give your name. My name's Kevin Kramer. I'm also new to the community, and I agree with what Keith said.
What is your last name?
Kramer, K-R-A-M-E-R. Development is coming. It seems like the attorney certainly called it out, that the regulations in town, the zoning laws, zoning regulations, have holes in them. And I think this is a premature decision until the town figures out how they want to handle projects like this and what they want to allow to fix some of those regulatory holes. Either you're going to end up with one project and the town's going to decide, we're going to change it, we're not going to allow things like this and such, and what the town wants to do. You may end up with one project, you may end up with 100. I think that there needs to be a conscious decision of what you want. Do you want one? And then if we change, do you want 100? I think there needs to be a long-term thinking plan here that does favor growth, does favor affordable housing, does favor having the right infrastructure in town to support what needs to be supported, and not just make a one-off decision here, because it's clear that the regulations aren't clear about what to do here. And so I think that foundation of regulations and the intent of the town should be clarified before we make a decision on this.
Agreed.
My name is Dino Pinelli. I tell you, I really appreciate all these comments here. What I'm hearing, I guess my opinion is, I don't know most of you in this room. What I will tell you is I think that most of us are probably from somewhere else. We moved here because we fell in love with Ennis. I don't want to see Big Sky here. Personally, I don't. I know we're growing. Okay? But at what cost? What are we doing to our town? We didn't move here because we thought we were going to see 30 and 40 foot buildings. And I'll be honest with you, this is my bad. I haven't heard one thing about anything. Tomorrow I'm signing up for the Madisonian. I will pay attention from here on out because I haven't been aware of these public meetings. And all I've been made aware of is that it's been private. I don't do Zoom. Okay? This is what I do, is personal meetings, and I don't like what I'm seeing, guys. And I really do. I agree with a lot of people in this room. This is way premature to make a decision on something that we really don't know that much about. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina.
My name's Trevor Lockhart. So I had a question. Alex, good to see you again, of course. So when we spoke over there, I know obviously the zoning that it's in right now, the residential commercial, the CCR, does allow for 40 foot, like you said. So, but the RTD that you're modeling it off of allows for 25 feet with about a 2 foot variation, like we talked about, like 27 footage, correct? Was I correct on that?
I don't know about the 2 foot variation.
Okay, but it says in our zoning regulations 25 feet for that, correct? For residential units.
It does, but the CCR actually does allow for 40. In the rest of the criteria, it defers to the other standards.
Okay.
And that's just something to grapple with.
Yeah, so I guess, and thank you for clarifying that. I just wanted to bring it up before I posed my question. is so if we verify this conditional use permit, how many more come after that, basically taking advantage of that same variance, of that same, district that you can come in and say, hey, I'm gonna put a conditional use permit out here because I wanna take advantage of this section zoned for 40 feet, even though technically we should be in this 25-foot residential zoning restriction that we have had in place for a long time in our zoning restrictions. It just opens this door of where do we draw the line? What again, like everyone said, I'll just reiterate again, like what are we doing here? What are we even talking about here? This is crazy. The growth of Ennis is happening. We have 10 Habitat for Humanity buildings being built. We've already started on 2 of them. Those are great structured, low-income housing for community members. For long-term residents, they have restrictions on who has to stay in them, who can be approved for them, who lives in them, and they're regulated. This whole thing is crazy. We have outlets for structured growth, not only in the North 40, but throughout the rest of Ennis. And we're literally just circumventing those to sell a conditional use permit from somebody who hired a fancy lawyer to come in and find the loopholes to weasel their way into our town. And we're selling those conditional use permits to the highest bidder by legal jargon and outdated systems, not even to mention the fact that if they had any moral or ethical backbone, you would come in and say, well, let's table this until we build that infrastructure. Not, hey, let's throw a bunch of money at this, get this conditional use permit by studying stuff that most of the people in this room probably don't even understand. Luckily, I've read the whole zoning regulations and talked to Alex extensively about them. And, why not wait and table things like this? It's just completely backwards. It's the cart before the horse, put the infrastructure in. Build the town if you want to even contemplate things like this to a point where you have, Big Sky didn't start building things like Town Center even until they had the Big Sky Fire Department. We have a rural fire department. We have rural services. The ambulance move I know has been a hot topic, but even that, with how hot of a topic it's been, at least could have been more of a move in the right direction for larger establishments like this if we decide to go this way. But we need to start doing that stuff before we approve things like this, not after. That's all I got to say on that.
Amen.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lee Fosnaugh. I live in Jeffers, and this is my husband, Robert Fosnaugh. We both moved here from Sun Valley, Idaho, and we saw Sun Valley, Idaho go from a wonderful little cowboy town to a very high-end, very gentrified, keyword there, gentrified environment. We've been here for 20 years. We live in Jeffers. We've had a little B&B, which coronavirus has ripped away from us, and will no longer exist. This is more than just about Ennis. This is about Jeffers and Cameron and McAllister and the restaurants here and the people who work those restaurants, the ranches, the farmers, the wildlife. Do you really want all that traffic going in and out of Otis? I think it's more than just that. All the cars that go by us on Jeffers Road that are going up the mountain road to work in Big Sky, think this carefully. You'll destroy what it is that we have. You'll destroy the town itself, the surrounding towns, and what do you have when it's done?
Anywhere USA.
My husband was a city planner in California. He couldn't stand it. He had to get out because nobody could ever decide on anything or make the right rules or do the right thing. The little town that he was working in is called Tiburon, California. It was a cute little fisherman's town with a wharf and fishing boats and people and markets, and now it is a high-rise disaster. Is that what you want? You need to think it through before you act, because there's no turning back if you approve this. There's none. No turning back.
Thank you. My name is Mike Delaney. If I had a chance to vote on this, which I don't, I would be asking myself, how does this benefit Ennis? How does this continue with the traditions of Ennis, Montana? How does this benefit the good folks of Ennis, Montana that have lived here, work here, decided to move here and make this their home, have kids in that school over there, how does this benefit them? Does it benefit them? Is it going to provide jobs? No one said, hey, this is going to provide jobs. No one said this is going to provide affordable housing, which we desperately need, desperately. We don't need something obscuring our views. Some people live here and live hand to mouth just because it's a nice place to be. And with the public, or with the safety issue, I mean, I believe the mayor and the commission's primary duty is public safety and public services. And both of those things are jeopardized here tremendously. We don't want to be put in a position to be trying to catch up with the developers. What they built, oh my God, we have to expand the fire department now. We have to drill another well. We have to raise taxes. We have to have a bond election. We need to do that first. And I think we've heard that a lot, that cart before the horse thing. It sounds like cart before the horse, and that somebody's coming in here trying to take advantage of some loopholes, as it turns out. And there's probably a lot of other developers watching this.
Oh, definitely.
And with waiting for the height to change and the council to weaken enough for them to come in and do the same thing. And we're going to be just stressed. Amen. Our services, everything. We don't have enough contractors here. This development will be competing for our own contractors. Oh, we'll just get some from another state. We'll just get some from Bozeman. Well, somebody will come set up another company here. You know, and then here comes the Burger Kings and the Wendy's and stuff that were mentioned. God forbid. I don't care what they look like. You know, that's what it is. And nobody wants that here. But I think it's a vote of your conscience. You know, if somebody could die in the thing, it doesn't matter what the regulation says.
Exactly.
If we don't have the services for it, it's not for us. It's not a good time for it. It's not a good fit yet. But we don't want this to be a hasty decision that impacts us for decades going forward, and our children and children's children. It could hurt bad. That's all. Thank you.
Tashina Meyer, just bringing up the fire safety for many of you that have been here for the last 8 to 10 years. Do you remember the Sportsman's Lodge burning? Do you remember that the water supply ran out? We were out. It was going to finish burning. That was not a 3-story building with 4 different people in it. Okay, so we already couldn't even task that fire. It didn't even take the bar. It took the dining room, just the dining room. We couldn't fight it. Nothing has changed for our fire department's ability to handle that. That is a perfect living example of how we as a community can handle those situations. These structures are much larger than that. So, I mean, that gives us as a community something to look back on and go, well, how did that turn out, guys?
That's a good example.
I mean, I just want to bring that to light as far as safety goes. We watched that go down. Yes, they were able to protect the motel rooms. Yes, they were able to hold it back from the bar. And yes, we were able to contain it. But the truth of it was we were out of water. They were trucking water in at that point because the water was done. Okay, we were in trouble. And we were in the middle of winter. And the poor firefighters were falling and sliding off the ladders all through the buildings because it was an ice skating rink. Because it was winter. It was slick. It was dangerous.
Kelly? Kelly Elster, Public Works Director. I was there during the whole fire. We did not run out of water.
Robert Boston. I'm a former city planner of Tiburon, California, and it was 30 years ago I left there. It was a seaside community with 7,000 people. It's probably now 12. The ocean front was along the shoreline of the harbor was destroyed but developed. It went through an extensive process. I was 18 months in the environmental impact report, which did not reflect the desires of the community. you folks need to do some studying. Have a moratorium. Stop the development and get your infrastructure in place. I would recommend that you deny this application without prejudice and that you move forward with further studies and then go from there.
Thank you.
Derek Siegentoff. Yeah, I'm one of those Californians too. I moved here because Ennis is like it is. I didn't move here because I wanted to see development. I've been jotting down some stuff here. Well, like I heard behind me, what's next? McDonald's, Burger King, Taco Bell, to take away from our little, we got all these great little restaurants in town. That's what comes next after that stuff. Usually the big developers, when they start putting something, before something goes together, they're donating to the fund to reach the top of whatever they got going on. It's not rocket science. You're putting something in that is not here, that now it is. So you got to donate to the fund, and pretty heavily. I love how we get all these people. I'm from Montana, but I'm fourth generation, but then we do all this stuff that really isn't Montana-like, or it has nothing to do with our town, or it goes against the wishes of our town, but I'm fourth generation Montana. Okay. You look at the, okay, we're looking at we're cognizant of the change, but we're not going to do nothing about it because we don't care. We're from out of town. We don't have to look at it. We don't have to see it. That's what I keep hearing from these people that are from out of town to build these big deals. Once it's done, they're gone. They don't care. They're going to make their money off it. They're out of town. Sure, they might use, a drywall guy and a contractor. Maybe they're probably going to bring in outside labor that's going to do it for cheap. So you're not going to get it. I'm not going to get it. He's not going to get it. The size of the complex, the height of the unit, nothing will reach up there. I'm not climbing a ladder 3 stories up on an icy winter night. I'm too old. The average age of our fire department is, well, it was 58 before I joined, and my brother joined, and some friends joined, but that's the average age of the fire department. And we're not climbing up there. Most people aren't going to climb up there. And then what do you expect? I'm going to take somebody on my shoulder down the ladder, a skinny little ladder. I mean, I'm a fat old guy. I'm here to help my community. I joined as soon as I got into town to help my community because that's what we do. We're Ennis. And I didn't, I'm not the jackass from California that we see a lot of in here, the New Yorkers, the people that run through here with their nose in the air. We get some good people that come from out of town, and we got here because we want to be here, because we like this little sidewalk town, Still got a western motif to it. The infrastructure, the sewer and the water. Well, these lots, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 lots are basically, that would be, well, yeah, but there's 6 lots. Each one of those buildings is like a lot. So there's 6 lots. Normally that's 1 or 2 people per house. All these little houses over here on the other end of the North 40. Now there's going to be 48 people lined up, stacked up. Something goes down, you're not getting fire engines down this little side or down this side or in between any of those. You don't have any access back there. Well, it doesn't matter anyhow. We don't have anything that's going to go that high. Yeah, the sewer and the water, it's already overloaded. No? No. Okay. Well, where's the water going? There's no drainage from town. Okay. I'll read that. I don't know, I guess that's about all I got to say. I have one more. So we got 12 units. Where are the 500 to 1,000 gallon propane tanks going? We don't have natural gas. Do you remember last winter before last, down behind the post office, we had we had one fire going on, and I think those were both 500 gallon tanks. One of those tanks had expanded probably 4 inches on the end. That's without me taking the tape to it, but looking at how much 2 feet of that end of it expanded 4 inches. And then I heard there was a bubble off the side that I didn't even see. We were that close from having a major explosion. Once that one went, it would have blown that one up. Once that one blown up, I mean, they're all so close. Where are these all going? I don't see enough room to, it's going to be buried, but then you still got 500 to 1,000 gallons for each one of those units. That's what I got to say.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other public comment?
Yes, my
Please state your name.
name is Kathleen Melee, Melee is my last name, and I'd like to thank you, Mayor Levitt, and Mr. Bancroft, Mr. Hardy, Ms. Roberts, Ms. Ranson, and Mr. Schroeder for giving us the opportunity to have a town meeting, because the citizens of this town care very deeply about the future. And speaking for myself, Kathleen, I think growth is something that every human being aspires to. This particular project, putting at least six or perhaps more 3-story high-density buildings on 1.5 acres without natural gas, an expanded water system, a road system, lighting, stoplights, other levies. I think it's foolhardy for a town to start this way as a conditional use permit. So as a concerned citizen who is grateful for your volunteer time and grateful for all of you hearing us out, I would like to encourage you to deny this conditional use permit in its entirety, to go back to the developers and ask them where they will raise the funds to develop our civic entity first. Where will they find the money to contribute to the expansion of the roads? Where will they find the money to increase our water supply? Where will they find the money to put stoplights and lighting? Where will they find the money to help this town grow intelligently and not just ghettoize? So when the developers who have more resources than independent citizens come forward to you with an action plan for true development, I think the people in this room will feel a lot more comfortable reviewing when they come back with their second round. But please strongly consider denying the current conditional use permit outright. They need to go back to the drawing board rather than stressing out a town of 738 people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comment?
We have a comment from.
Hey, unmute and see if anyone has anything there. We're gonna go ahead and unmute the callers if anyone has a
They
question.
can raise their hand too, if they can use that.
Oh,
Josh is on.
Josh?
I do have a comment. I hear a lot of contradictions coming from a lot of people. You want to have housing that people can afford to live in, but you don't want to build any. You want to have development, you want your place, but you don't want anyone else to come in behind you. I've already put in the water and sewer lines, and I've paved the roads that go through there. I've been working on this project longer than most of you who lived in Ennis. So to say that this is something out of the blue is just absolutely insane to me. The designs that you're looking at are theoretical at this point. They haven't gone through fire safety, fire suppression. They haven't gone through state review through the state building department. You're saying that there's too many jobs for it's going to make too many jobs or not enough jobs. I can't quite understand that aspect of it. So I'd also like to point out that they have been working on this project for 6 months now, and they've had multiple public hearings, they've had multiple meetings, and if you're just now finding out about it, you need to get more involved in your community. So if you're going to try and delay and push development out even longer, it's going to get more and more expensive for those workforce housing. And I'm kind of baffled at the arguments that I'm hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Is there any other public comment from the callers?
They're all muted, so you might want to tell them to raise their hand.
You unmute that?
Only the phone calls are force muted. Yeah, everyone else is muted on their own.
There's a chat box too if they want to ask questions.
And they can, well.
Is there anything in the chat box?
When you go to everyone, if you go to everyone, can you right click on everyone and unmute everyone?
Well, it's only the callers that are force muted.
Okay.
So like Mr. Seymour Butts here, he could unmute himself if he wanted to.
If he's a real person.
Yeah. So, those folks can unmute themselves. It's only the callers that are muted. So maybe Ginger can unmute the callers if they have a comment.
I think they're trying to figure out the technology.
You have to mute them if they want to talk.
And now they can unmute themselves.
It's called.
Okay. While we're out there, is there any more public comment from the audience here? Any more? Did you get anything?
Can I ask a question of the planner?
Sure, go ahead.
Alex, when you said there was no public comment, there was no for or against?
No, what I meant was, in response to the legal notice in the newspapers, we didn't receive any comments via written mail, email, or phone.
Either way.
Either way, but at the planning board's public hearing on April 26th, there was public comment. Much in the same nature of comment tonight.
Okay, so I guess just as a participant and not knowing, like I said, my fault for not paying attention to public meetings and stuff. I'll do a better job paying attention that way. I haven't heard any positive comments here, so what I'm asking the council is, I don't know how you go forward with this project at this time without better information. That's all I'm saying.
What would the next step be now? I haven't heard these comments. What happens now?
We actually have it on the agenda to review and vote, and we'll see what the council wants to do when we get to that point.
When is that?
Tonight, right after this.
How can you vote on this? It's ridiculous.
We're following the procedure that we are familiar with, so, and this is why we have the public comment. Randy?
Brandy Palmerton, I just have one question. So you're voting on this tonight. Then I see on here you have water and wastewater capacity study review. That comes after your vote on this. So you haven't even reviewed your water and your wastewater, and you want to vote before you've done the review?
The review is actually done. Thank you. Any other comment?
You've got two.
Was information about the review given out?
Yeah, Kelly's passing it.
Yeah, it's on our agenda right now. Okay,
Seymour Butts, do you have a comment? Sorry, I really wanted to.
I do have a comment.
What is your real name?
My name is Seymour Butts.
We're not gonna take your comment if you're not gonna put your name on for the record.
I think the idea of having a Taco Bell is not a bad idea. Okay?
You just mute him. Ginger.
Maybe a Chick-fil-A. We could do a Chick-fil-A, Taco Bell, Del Taco.
Brittany Langley?
I'm not either.
Yeah. I have a question
Just a
about
second.
this water.
Brittany Langley, do you want to make a comment? No. Okay.
I have a problem with this water thing. I'm getting this thing now. How long has this been out?
2 days.
2 days?
Just
And this
came
is-
out.
What's that?
Just came out.
This just came out and you're gonna vote on this now?
Potentially, yes.
What about, what's it gonna cost the public? What are my taxes gonna go up when there's not enough water? Because water is a big deal. People that don't really realize it.
Public Works Director Kelly Elster, water isn't taxed, it's paid by the rate, the users. It's not a tax.
Yeah, but what about availability? Now,
As long as it's in my will, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a real quick one, Trevor Lockhart again. One thing that we haven't brought up at all today or tonight is the waste issue. I mean, we already have issues with Norris, we already have issues with capacity issues here. I mean, they truck, the crates in from Norris over to here. I mean, we're already growing at a capacity. I mean, what do you do when you add, 12 more rapid growth? If there's another one right after it. I mean, have we done waste studies? Have we done, environmental impact studies for this project? I mean, the more we talk about this, the more just concern and things come to light, come to mind here.
The dump.
Yeah.
That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, the dump, that's what I mean. What the heck?
And isn't there 2 more units that are wanting to come in besides this one?
Correct. 2 more developments.
So once one happens, then 2 just.
Those are tabled.
No, they haven't moved forward.
Good.
So,
Okay.
I was talking to the fellow that works at the dump. They can't employ anybody. No one wants to work there. You're giving them a good salary, you're giving them medical, you're giving them retirement, you're giving them all kind of benefits, and they can't even hire anybody.
They're not alone.
Well, they don't have enough money to give good benefits.
So,
so that's why.
yes, I have a question. I know you said that procedurally you have to vote tonight. Isn't there any, maybe another clause that if you did want to delay your vote or to deny with the understanding that you were going to do further research on things like the safety, the infrastructure, et cetera, and give the opportunity for these developers to come back with those answers? Don't you have, I'm sure, some procedural clause?
Yes, we can.
What are the options on the vote? What can you do? You can deny, you can approve, what else? Table.
Or approve with conditions. Or approve with conditions.
Approve with conditions as well. Thank you, Alex.
Approve with conditions.
Okay. Any other public comments?
Oh, okay. Can you state your name?
Brittany. And it sounds like the board, the commissioners are not fully aware of the procedures required to move forward. If you don't even know your options, how are you supposed to vote tonight?
Yes. They don't really.
And then they were asking him, so she's right.
Okay, we're going, okay.
The worst part that I see here.
1 second. Go ahead.
Mike Delaney, I just want to say that y'all have a hard job. You're volunteers. I get that. I say your constituents put you here. People of the town of Ennis, the good people of Ennis, put you up here. Vote your conscience for the people of the town of Ennis, not for developers coming in. I don't care if they're from the upper western part of Montana or where they're coming from, because it's not just about this development. It's about so much more. I think y'all understand that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last comment, my name's Tanya Kubel. You have at least 10% of your town showing up here in front of you telling you that they don't want this to move forward. We have 70 people, there's 700 in the town. This is 10% who know about this. And it's obvious. And for those who don't know, there are email notifications on the local website for this I found, and I'm happy to share it on Ask Ennis. But there are automatic notifications that you can receive about these public hearings and all of these different activities that are going on. People just aren't aware. It's not that there is not that this is a full representation, but this is a very loud representation. Normally, if you want to change, it takes a 3% voice to affect a change. And we've seen that in the country. That's what happened. You had 3%. This is 10. This is a very big number, and you're talking about loss of life potential. This is important, what you're voting for. This will be on your hands if something happens, or if there's not enough water, or if it's a sewer, or if it's a fire. This is a very important decision, and we understand that. And I hope you guys understand that. I know you do. And I know it's a lot of pressure, and I know it's a lot of people saying this, but there's a reason that there's this level of passion. There's a reason that there was one voice who had the guts to be the group conscience and speak and vote against it. There's a reason that that person had that guts. Because it really does matter. Doesn't matter what the code, if the code needs to change, that it allows you to build 40. We don't have an example of 40 with mass population. You haven't had a fire yet. It only takes one. One child dies in that fire, your entire school is affected, all the children in that school. So if you're parents, think about that. Or friends, etc. It affects everyone. It affects the entire community.
Thank you.
And the worst part of this whole thing, once you let one in, everything else comes in. You might as well close down your taco stand. You might as well get rid of your drywall company. I mean, it's going to affect us all. It'll never be a little town again.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, the comment on chat came up from Gwen. Says, I can't believe you are voting on this tonight. There have been so many good points and concerns that need investigated.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Do you guys need a break before we go into the? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess and then we'll come back to start the regular meeting.
They have a whole agenda there.
Weeds are better. They don't grow any weeds in California. We poison us. Good job. We'd like you out of towners coming in here. Also joining our party. I see you doing
Oh, yeah, people love your character. Oh, yeah, yeah. Good work, Yeah, I think there's no vacation. We're only at 3 days. We got 8 months. We got
friends, that really work for you. You can all get the most. Or even take a work contractor. Yeah, they told the general, hey, we can't give you a job. I was right out here in my you get too confident on Yeah, for sure.
Got 3 more in my purse.
Okay, we're gonna, sorry, I didn't mean to do that, but, everyone's, we're gonna go ahead and open the meeting and start with the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You know, they don't do that everywhere anymore.
We do it here.
This is Ennis. That's what we do here.
Yeah, I wish all of our meetings actually have this many people in them. We usually have 4 or 5 people in these meetings. It's actually nice to have you here.
You've been closed for a year.
Even before that.
We're talking a year.
Yeah, but I've been here for 4 years, and 5 of them is most of the time what we see. I've been
Can't go to concerts, so we may as well come to the town council.
We'll take it. Okay, let's go ahead and jump to the minutes of the April 2021 commission meeting.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Call to vote. Jason?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Aye.
Yep, you're.
Abstain. Aye. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to public comment on non-agenda items.
Thank all you people that have Ennis's heart. Ennis at heart here. I do. I always have. Anybody that has Ennis's heart right here, thank you.
There's too many loose dogs running around.
Oh, wait, she's right over
Are
here.
you changing the order of the
She's right over here.
Oh,
We not
yep,
going
there's right.
by
I'm
my
sorry,
way.
I'm sorry. Okay, now we're gonna, I did miss that. Usually we go to that first. The My Willow conditional use review and vote. Okay, we have to, we're gonna go ahead and, Don.
Can I say something?
What we need to do first to keep this procedurally right is we need to have a call for a vote and then discussion. And then we can make a decision as to whether we want to vote, whether we want to table it or whatnot, but we need to have a call for a vote before we can have discussion.
You need a motion.
Motion, yes, thank you,
Motion on
sorry,
the floor.
I said that wrong.
Well, typically we adopt findings of fact. We want to do that. So I make the motion, well, I guess it would be to make the motion to approve the conditional use permit number E as in Edward, C as in Charlie, U, P as in Papa, -21 -01, My Willow LLC, North 40, Block 2. with the adopted findings of facts found by the Madison County Planning Board, and with the 17 conditions prepared by Alex Hogel, Madison County Planning Director, and staff.
Lisa, those were actually forwarded by the planning board.
Okay, so I'd like to correct that, the findings and facts and conditions forwarded by the Madison County Planning Board.
And a point of clarity is, you'll see that number 7, that is for your consideration tonight. The planning board did not see that one. That's based on the public works interests.
Okay.
Ginger, did you get that? Or Karen?
There's a motion to accept the findings. Motion to accept the findings and fact of the conditional use permit forwarded by the planning board, and approval of the conditional use permit with the 17 conditions, including number 7.
You don't even know how to word this. How are you voting?
Ginger. Second.
I second.
Okay, now discussion. We just had to get the procedural side, so we can get that part out there. Okay, should we start with the findings of fact? Has everyone read the findings and understand everything that they're looking at? Just for the people in the audience, we'll go ahead and I'll read through these right quick. Findings of fact number 1, the applicable criteria for issuance of a conditional use permit appears substantially met because there is a need for the proposed multi-family use. Public interest would be served by providing needed additional housing within the town of Ennis, and the proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan because it would provide necessary new housing intended to be reasonably affordable for young families and service workers in the community. Number 2, the conditional use permit application and supplements comply with the provisions of the checklist items in sections 11-5-2 and 11-5-7 of the Ennis zoning regulations regarding site plan and landscaping requirements. Number 3, the conditional use permit application and supplements appear to substantially adhere to the design parameters of the T&D overlay because the proposed design includes the required elements and potential impacts of the T&D parameters can be sufficiently mitigated with conditions of approval. And I'm going to go ahead and put this number 4 on here. According to the town public works department director, there are presently only 2 water and sewer stubs on the subject property, and third stub should be required to be installed onto the water and sewer mains to provide municipal water and sewer service to the third building. The public works director has indicated unhindered and perpetual access to the utility meters and shut-off valves for each building and unit should be guaranteed. Any questions with any of that? No. Okay, now we've got the 17 conditions that were recommended, that's the right word, recommended by the planning board.
Actually, if you look.
16.
16. Because
One was
The 17, one was added.
Well, it's just suggested for consideration. So
Okay.
the way that, if I might insert a little bit.
Please do.
There was a motion by Lisa to adopt the findings of fact as forwarded by the planning board. Now you're opening up discussion. You would want to actually discuss whether you want to adopt that additional finding of fact number 4. That's called a subsidiary motion. So somebody honestly would say, I move that we either adopt it or not, and somebody would second it. You guys can vote on a subsidiary motion and then consider the whole body of those findings before you get into the conditions of approval.
Okay, thank you. Someone want to call that motion?
I make a subsidiary motion to adopt finding of fact number 4.
Okay, give me a second.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, now let's discuss number 4. Anyone have any?
And I think that is making sure that each building has their own service makes total sense. And if it's a recommendation from Kelly, then
It should be on there.
I think that's something that everybody could agree on, even if I don't want the thing to go forward.
Any other discussion on that?
The other highlighted ones, like in 5 and 6.
So those are
Conditions.
the conditions that are based on findings. The findings, yes. And the highlights on 5 and 6 are adjustments to that language suggested by Public Works.
Okay.
Comment.
Any other discussion on that? Then we'll call the vote on number 4. Christie, we'll start with you.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. John?
Nay.
Aye.
John, why did you say nay?
Well, because I feel there's a lot of unanswered questions.
We're just voting on
John.
this right here.
On this here?
Yeah, the adding of that.
Hold on one second. I changed it to aye.
Okay. And then Jason?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. Now we can move to the conditions that are stated. How I'm going to do this is I'll read each one and then we'll have discussion on it so we don't we stick to where we're at. I'll go ahead and read this. Upon review of the submitted conditional use permit application, the request to allow development of 3 multifamily buildings containing 4 separate dwelling units, each 12 total units on the subject property is supported by the review criteria and the findings of fact listed above, subject to the conditions of approval below. So number 1 is the multifamily residential development shall be constructed and maintained in conformance with the submitted application materials and the 4/2/21 site plans as submitted and approved by the Ennis Town Commission. Any discussion on that?
It had talked about like different substrates that they were gonna put down for, I guess, concrete, asphalt, or pavers. And drainage came up earlier, and I was just curious if pavers could possibly allow for more drainage instead of stuff running down into the town sewer system.
I think that was a question that we've asked Brianne in the past, is the stormwater. Is that part of the plan, the stormwater management?
So at site plan review level, those plans are not required.
Okay.
And so that's something that you don't go through with the engineering on something like that until you have at least the permission to actually begin building. So at that next stage of level, we can look at services.
Any other questions with that? Okay, number 2, the multifamily residential development shall be implemented in accordance with the minimum bulk and dimensional requirements of the RTD zoning designation with the exception of building height, which is permitted to be 40 feet above finished grade as proposed and allowed under the CCR zoning district 1134, 1143 EZR. Any discussion on that? Okay. A minimum of 18 standard parking spaces, and one accessible space are required per the standards outlined in section 11.410 EZR. All required parking and circulation associated with the multifamily residential development shall meet the applicable design guidelines set forth in the zoning regulations requiring adequate drainage, parking space delineation, and shall be paved with concrete, asphalt, or approved pavers to control dust and erosion. 11-4-10. Any discussion on number 3? Okay. Number 4, the proposed water, wastewater treatment, and stormwater drainage systems for the multifamily residential development shall be reviewed and approved as applicable by the town of Ennis and the Montana Department of Environmental Quality, DEQ. Any questions on number 4 or discussion? Nothing? Okay. Number 5, in accordance with the sewer and water agreement included in the 3/9/21 application narrative, and after obtaining a building permit from the town specific to the multi-family project, the project shall include installation of a third water service connection to the main in addition to the 2 which already exist, such that each building will have its own water service line with individual meters and shut-off valves located in the storage mechanical rooms for each unit. All water infrastructure shall be constructed in accordance with the Town of Ennis Public Works Department standards and requirements established in Title 10 of the Ennis Town Code. Any discussion on number 5?
My only discussion point is it's a zoning permit and not a building permit. Or site permit? Or we could use site permit, but we don't have it. The zoning permit encompasses the building permit. Correct. That's how we have it written.
And that's because I'm not familiar with all of your minutia protocols
Sure,
that
yeah.
you guys would utilize. Kelly did indicate to me that there is a permit issue and that it is appropriate to have that permit before the installation of infrastructure.
So change that to zoning permit instead of building.
Zoning, not right? Zoning. Yes, zoning.
Yes, sorry. Any other discussion on number 5? Excuse me. Okay, number 6. After obtaining, I would assume that that's going to be a zoning permit or a building permit. However, after obtaining a building permit from the town specific to the multifamily project and in accordance with the sewer and water agreement included in the 3/9/21 application narrative, the project shall include installation of 3 6-inch sewer lines, 1 for each building, to be constructed in accordance with the Town of Ennis Public Works Department standards and requirements established in Title 10 of the Ennis Town Code. Any discussion on number 6? Okay, we're going to put number 7 in here with this. In the interest of providing municipal water and sewer service to each dwelling unit, the Town of Ennis Public Works Department shall have unhindered and perpetual access to the utility meters and shut-off valves for each multifamily building and dwelling unit. Any discussion on number 7? Okay. Number 8, the project shall include installation and maintenance of landscaping in accordance with the site landscaping plan submitted on 4/12/21 and the provisions established for vegetative screening in section 11.4.5. Any discussion on number 8?
I wanted just to bring up Zeroscape just for consideration on future development discussion, just for water conservation purposes.
Anyone else?
Okay. It says that we had a
plan submitted on 4/12. Did you guys see it?
Yes, I forwarded that in the email.
Yeah, it's in our.
It's in the packet.
It is in the packet.
Does it say 412 or 42?
It says 412 on the landscape.
Okay, that's a typo. It's 42. I apologize. This is the document here. It says supplemental information for conditional use permit application. What I had recognized when I began the review was, this was after I came down on February 9th, and the application was forwarded up to us. I recognized that according to your regulations, there are these other components that are needed. And I communicated that to the applicant. They responded with this enhanced landscaping plan that you'll find in here. There's a discussion of the actual vegetation types and a map showing placement concept of them. And it does meet your landscaping site plan requirements.
Do you not have it?
I don't think, sorry.
I think it's on his email though.
Yeah, I got it on the email.
Yeah, it's all.
Thanks, Alex.
You're welcome. Would the other commissioners like to look at it?
I think it's the same one, actually.
Yeah.
I think it is, let's see, just to make sure.
On this, Brianne, I guess on, when you're looking at the trees and the shrubs and stuff like that, are you gonna be, we had talked briefly, back at one of our, meetings about the size of the trees that would be planted, a certain caliper. Would that be, once we go through, would that be part of?
It's
Or
not
if
in
the
your
project-
landscape requirements of any particular size, type, or nature.
Yeah.
So what we did is we put together a list
Okay.
of potential species, and they're all native Montana species. I think some of the size and stuff will be dictated by conditions on the ground at the time.
Okay. And it'll all have irrigation to it as well. Yep.
Any other discussion on number 8? Okay, number 9, prior to sale and or occupation of any of the approved dwelling units, the installation of the proposed sidewalk along the full frontage of Otis Avenue shall be completed in accordance with specifications established in Title 8-2 of the Ennis Town Code.
Can we pull up that, and what is that specification?
So I only have I printed off the zoning code, Title 11, but under your Sterling codifiers code.
Sidewalks on Main Street shall be 6 feet within the residential district and 4 feet The grade to be established by a survey where no sidewalk has been previously located. The concrete mixture will be 6:1 in the good sand and gravel. Concrete to be sufficient thickness so the curb shall be 6 inches high. Main Street 6 wide and residential 4 wide.
Encourage them to be wide.
Established by a surveyor where no sidewalks exist.
Now, you may want on that one, you could say in accordance with applicable specifications, if you wanted to add that word.
Oh, okay.
It's just, I'm just trying to find the best connection in your regulations to these topics.
Any other questions on number 9?
Yes.
For discussion? Go ahead, John.
It says, prior to sale, occupation of any.
Oh, sorry, we're on 8. We're going to that
Oh.
next. Sorry.
Wait. Oh, landscape, no, I'm good with that.
Okay, number 9, sorry. Anything other discussion on number 8? Okay, then we'll go to 9. Prior to the sale and or occupation.
No,
Oh, wait a
you
second,
said
I'm
that.
sorry, I'm screwed up there. Sorry, John, go ahead.
Well, my thing is prior to sale, occupation of any approved dwelling units.
The sidewalks have
It doesn't say anything about handicap, and that is truly 100% wrong. It has to be addressed. Now, I'm not familiar with an elevator in each of the buildings, but there has to be something for the handicapped people, and it's not in here.
This is just on sidewalks.
That condition is just dealing with the sidewalk on Otis Ave. That would be in
the sidewalk.
All right, wrong again.
No, you're good, but it's just so you understand, it's this sidewalk here.
Yeah.
Okay, any other discussion on number 9? Get myself back on track here. Okay, are you, oh, you're good, okay. Number 10, all exterior lighting shall meet the specifications of section 11.4.5 as applicable, which requires cutoff light deflectors or other equipment that directs the light downward and inhibits lateral glare. Any discussion on number 10? Okay, 11, any signage on the subject property shall adhere to the applicable standards set forth in sections 11.4.12 through 11.4.17 of the Town of Ennis zoning regulations. Any discussion on number 11? Okay, number 12, the trash collection location shown on the site plan shall be developed and maintained in accordance with the trash enclosure standards established in section 11-4-5. Any discussion? 13, any fencing on the subject property shall meet the specifications of section 11.4.3 as applicable. Any discussion on 13? Okay, 14, the right to a use and occupancy permit shall be contingent upon fulfillment of all general or special conditions imposed by the conditional use permit procedure 11-4-19. Any questions on number 14?
Could this be the opportunity to bring up my handicaps? Because it says the right to the use and occupancy permit shall be contingent upon the fulfillment of all general or special conditions. And it doesn't say anything about handicap, nothing.
If I may provide a suggestion, I would encourage to go through these as you're doing with discussion, and then if there's something else you feel like you would want to address, you can make a motion to amend by adding additional language.
That'll be fine.
So with that being said, any other discussion on 14? Okay, 15. All conditions shall constitute restrictions running with the land use shall be binding upon the owner of the land, his successors, or assigns, and shall be recorded as such with the Madison County Clerk and Recorder's Office by the property owner prior to the issuance of any building permits final site plan approval or commencement of the conditional use. 11-4-19. Any questions with 15? Okay. Number 16, all conditions specifically stated under any conditional use listed in this title shall apply and be adhered to by the owner of the land, successors, or assigns. 11-4-19. Any discussion with that? Okay. Number 17, regarding modification of structures authorized under conditional use permit, any proposed additions, enlargements, or modifications of the structures approved in any conditional use permit, or any proposed extension of the use into areas not improved in any such permit shall be subject to the same review, application, and approval procedures. 11-4-19. Okay, now that the conditions are done, we need to move into just general discussion overall. Go ahead, Christy.
3 years ago, 2 years ago, I wasn't on here yet, they started working on the zoning. A bunch of people showed up mad that they were gonna change the zoning. A lot of people didn't live here then. And it was a huge fight because we were trying to work on this, they were trying to work on the zoning. 2 or 3 of you people are on the board. Now, we tried to work on the zoning because we knew this stuff was coming. We're talking about 30 years, 40 years since it hasn't been updated. This isn't necessarily the people up here's fault, okay? We are working with what we had. We tried to hurry up and get through the zoning. It's impossible. We have 1 or 2 meetings a month. We had 7. Yes, this project is big. Yes, this project is not what everybody wants, but I know somebody's had a neighbor in here at one point in life that probably did something you didn't like. Doesn't mean that you're not gonna have neighbors. It doesn't mean that growth is gonna happen here. There are a lot of loopholes in our zoning. The planning board did the best they can. We have to look at the fact finding and what's here. It's hard to say because of who the person is or because of what they're doing, or you can't look at that stuff. We have to look at the facts and what's put in front of us. Myuelo did a good job. Alex did a good job. This is what we have to look at. I've talked to a couple people from the planning board that are on the planning board. If you vote no on something, you're supposed to give a reason. Because I don't like it or because I don't want to see it here is a hard reason to vote no. Fire safety. There's a 3-4 foot story tall building in BC. We don't have a ladder. I did jury duty. If there was a fire in the courthouse, there's no ladder. There's buildings that are this tall
Those
with
are
no
existing
ladder
buildings.
jack.
Those are grandfathered in.
There's more than one way to get out.
Correct.
There's so many sides to it's hard to be in these shoes too.
There's reality and common sense go with it too.
When will zoning be done?
You need to just keep this to commission discussion right now. Jason, go ahead. No, oh, Christy, go ahead.
When will zoning be done? Have you done zoning? Have you looked at zoning? Have you tried to fix zoning?
Higher.
It is not easy. We have Alex's help now. We have maybe a lot of stuff to fix, but we can't do it all overnight and fix it.
Table it.
Because they came along.
I'm looking for it.
There's many projects that are gonna come along.
So you table it till you're ready.
So we stop all projects in Ennis until the zoning's ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the infrastructure's ready.
So you have some infrastructure to
Infrastructure
support.
needs money.
Look, the infrastructure for this is done. So when
Josh.
when they put the North 40 in, that has gone through
10.
Well, I think it was in 2006 and 2007 that they did a planned unit development, which meant that they took the whole 40 acres and came up with a master plan of what they thought that project would look like, and all encompassing. And then they are served with what's called as a will serve letter, which means that the town's water and sewer can fit that capacity. And with that development in mind, all of these phases have been accounted for in that. And so, so they went through environmental review. Every time he submits when he submitted his plan and final plat, that went through environmental review, went through several public hearings and everything. So this is now 15 years later that he is doing these steps. My Willow has jumped through so many hoops. This is the most scrutinized project ever really to hit Ennis. And they may deride our zoning, but Madison County does not have zoning. So if this project was literally 200 yards to the north, it wouldn't have any of this scrutiny, because Madison County itself does not have zoning. So our zoning, as troubled as it is what we have to work with. It was written in 1996. We actually got a grant. We hired a consulting firm. And the last time we had a room full of these people, someone had the consultant backed up against the wall saying, don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what color to paint my house. Don't tell me this. Don't tell me that. And so now we backed off from that zoning update. And now you're saying, well, tell this one person what to do. You can't say, oh, I want to tell you what to do, but don't tell me what to do. We have to treat everybody the same.
It's not a single family resident.
We'll have to treat everybody the
But
same.
hold on, this will also add 12 units to our inventory stock. And based on this and the size of the density, 12 single family.
Are you a realtor?
Yeah, I am a realtor, but I also understand I have not represented my Willow or on any of their projects. This is not their first project in the North 40. I am not representing them, but what we have heard is we need more housing stock. And they have gone through every single requirement that has been requested of them.
This is a direct violation of the Federal Fair Housing Act. And if you read the Fair Housing Act, this violates the Fair Housing Act to build brand new housing in a multi-dwelling unit.
I need you to stop. You're out of order. The public cannot speak right now while the commission's talking.
Okay, but people should look at it. It's a federal
So
violation.
once it goes through here, it goes to the state. There is a state application for a building this big. So once it goes here, it goes to the state. So
one big concern we've heard on several of these was the fire. The state comes in and says whether or not that this is a approved building. They can't build unless the fire marshals come in and say, yes, this building is approved. If they say no, then obviously they would have to jump through other hoops at that point in time. The procedure is followed that way. It's not on us whether or not the state fire marshal says that this is a buildable building. It's on the state, and they go through and they have to go through several building people as far as that goes. And that was one of the big things I heard. I understand what you guys are saying, but we are following the regulations as far as that goes.
You cut this woman off who was going to talk about
because we gave you folks the opportunity to speak. Now we have to have our opportunity to discuss and talk about this. Thank you. Okay, go ahead. Continue with discussion.
I think and I guess I will say that zoning is confusing and it's hard to understand. This is not a variance. This is that follows our conditional use permit. It's just that we are able to put more conditional uses. If they had come up with another use, they could have built a 40-foot building without a conditional use permit. That is allowed under our regulation. And that, in 1996, that's what they came up with. It's been amended a few times, maybe in the early 2000s, but it is confused. So this does follow the Ennis zoning code. And when you purchase a piece of property and they say, if you follow these rules, you can build this, it would be very disingenuous of us to move the goalposts at that time. Because when you make that investment, and it's going to add 12 units to our housing stock, and we say this has been rushed. This project, like I said, has gone under the most scrutiny. This gone under more scrutiny than the town pump did.
Yeah.
Because of Alex and his staff being willing to work with us and lend us their planning expertise. The town of Ennis does not have a licensed planner. So it's only through our interlocal agreement and, you know, the graciousness of Alex that he has lent his expertise to this project to dissect it to make sure that it does fit our regulations. Some of those, you know, when we talk about a moratorium, that happened in Jackson Hole, and it sounds good. It sounds like, okay, stop, we're going to fix this, and then we're going to move on. But what happened there is then property values, it reduced the supply, the demand was still there, and so houses then became even more ridiculously expensive. And so there's those unintended consequences that can happen too. And so, and Maria, to address your stuff about HOAs, the town does not regulate that. We don't have any regulation on HOAs or, you know, how people are gonna, you know, decipher their space. That is totally up to the condo association. If they want to have shared spaces, that's what their bylaws will address. And so we don't have anything to do that. As far as propane tanks, I'm sure, are they going to be buried? Or do you have that, any kind of specification if they're going to have propane service?
We addressed that at the Madison County Planning Board because that came up at that point in time too. And if the project could be served by electric or propane. Any propane tanks would have to be buried. I believe that's in the covenants for North 40.
Yeah.
So some of that is, because this is such a preliminary part of the multiple steps that still have to go in regard to finishing out the permitting, that has not been finally decided yet.
Okay, thank you. So, and as far as when you talked about affordability and stuff, that is a super subjective term. And that goes across the board of what's affordable, or do they call it attainable housing for because it's people who work in the community. That is not a problem that is Ennis's alone. That is across the Pacific Northwest, and many other small communities are feeling the same way too. The Montana legislature just enacted that even if we wanted to do something about affordable housing, that we can't. They specifically said municipalities cannot, you know, put impact fees upon developers to offset for more affordable housing or whatever. And I think, you know, part of that affordability, or however these are going to be at the price point, which we don't know what they are, you know, will go into the budgetary constraints. Their budget is going to determine what their price point is. We can't tell them. We can't tell them, oh, you're going to have to sell that house for only 10% over cost or whatever it is. I can't tell people what to sell their homes for. And that's just a part of treating everybody the same. And I would say that this project has seen more scrutiny than any other project. And I completely understand. That's why 4 years ago, when they said, who wants to be on the help with the zoning rewrite, I raised my hand. I cannot tell you how many hours I spent on that zoning rewrite, helping, you know, the consultants, because Ennis is near and dear to me. This is where I'm raising my family. I don't want to see Taco Bells. I don't want to see Walmarts. I don't want to see all those types of things either. But at the same time, we have to, these are the regulations that were written. We have to follow them. And so that is, that's why I spent hours working on the zoning rewrite, and then we had a room full of people just like this telling us, don't tell us what to do. You can't tell me what to do. Don't tell me this. And so we try to come up with those regulations or those specifications that Alex is talking about when it comes to commercial stuff or whatever, to have those things. And people were not happy with that either. So that's kind of the quandary that we're stuck in. Don't tell me what to do, but tell my neighbor what to do. And so,
But it's not a single family unit. It's a big unit.
it is a big unit. I totally agree with you. It is a big unit. And it's the biggest one that Ennis has ever seen.
Still
So far.
violates the act. It's a direct violation of the Fair Housing Act, and you can read it. And as a realtor, you should know what that is, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. You can't build a multi-tenant dwelling without accommodating for handicap, wheelchair access, etc. It's in the Fair Housing. It is a Department of Justice violation, and they can be sued by the
Okay,
Department
so
of
once
Justice.
it goes here, it goes to the state. Andy, there
So
are.
you're already saying you're voting for it by saying once it goes here.
This isn't.
No, I said if it goes
One
here, it
second,
goes
Lisa,
to.
sorry. This is not an apartment building. That act does not fit this. This is actually said
It's
as
a
a condo.
multi-tenant dwelling.
Multi-owner. They're for sale.
They're for sale.
So we asked that right in the beginning. Are you going to rent these? What is the plan with these? We asked that from day one. They are for sale.
They are, if it helps to clarify, they are condo units. Condo units can be sold individually. It is different from an apartment complex in which all the apartments are owned under a unity of ownership. Condo units are owned individually. That has been specified in the project from the beginning. It does not require the Fair Housing Act. It does not fall under that federal regulation. It is also not, because it is individual condominium units, it does not fall within the ADA requirements. It is also not a public facility, so it does not fall within the ADA requirements.
Okay, now, as far as if we wanted to add conditions, is that something where you put sprinklers in the building, where you would push that? Is that something that we could put in as a condition?
I don't think
You
you
don't
can because
think so?
it's not.
Okay, that's why I was asking the question.
Because it's a regulatory thing. If we had that, intercode that saying any building of,
Okay.
we could.
So it would have been coded.
Now, like the owners, just like any private property, they can choose to equip their structure with control sprinkler.
I just didn't know if we could do that as a conditional use or a condition on our use. Okay, and that's why I was asking the question.
Well, and it would go to insurance too. I would imagine that insurance on condo units are, more affordable if there is a sprinkler system. So this is again, preliminary as far as it still has to go. It would if it passes here, a state review of that as well.
John, do you have anything?
Yeah, one of the big questions that I had all the time with the county and everything, even on the North 40, it's always been my position when they planned it that the lagoon could handle it. And they assured me that the lagoon could handle that and the North 40. Now, I also know that there's other lands by the hospital and whatnot that wish to subdivide. And I said, we can't do that until we know what the total capacity of the lagoon can handle, period. You don't plan something without knowing what you have. And the North 40 is handled by the lagoon. It can handle that. Anything above that, I can't give you the answer because we're getting a report on how many hookups the lagoon can handle, which is the most important thing because we can't overload it and lose everything. We have too much to lose. And as far as, We need apartments. We need apartments or housing or something where people can rent and do whatever they have to. We have a tremendous shortage of workers. They can't afford to rent here. There isn't anything. And Ennis in itself is very small. If you look at it, the county's got the big problem because they want to develop other areas and it's out of our hands. We only just have what we have in Ennis, and it isn't going to be much beyond the North 40. You have a question?
Well, just a consideration to clarify, the county is not driving any development themselves. What you're actually being is private property owners who happen to live in the county who may have interests they want to pursue themselves. The county is not pushing development.
Well, the property owners outside of our city limits were offered the opportunity a long time ago to annex into the city. And then according to annexation into the city, if they desired to have it, they would have to pay for water and sewer, not us. The town cannot afford to pay them to put it in. And, excuse me. So the chances of overdevelopment are not going to happen. It's just not going to happen because no matter what they do, even if it's other properties, if they get approved by the county and we're not annexing them in, then they have to provide the wells and the sewer, the septic tanks for everything. And the chances of that type of growth is not very good. Not very good because I don't know what our perk is here on what it can handle. One of the nicest things we did was on Laszlo's property. He wanted to annex into the city, and he came to us with a proposal. And we told him at the time, and this was right against the river, that he could annex in, which was the best thing for the city. Why? Because if you start up the other end of town and you look at the side of the hill, you can see the gray water coming out into the river. But his thing was by annexing into the city and paying for everything, that no water, wastewater would go into our river and spoil it in any way, shape, or form. Yes, ma'am.
I'm concerned when the taxpayers are asked to widen the road and put in stoplights and street lighting and gutters and infrastructure that this town can't afford. Thanks for letting me share that concern, John. Good luck with your vote.
I apologize to you, ma'am, because I'm damn near deaf. And I find it very difficult to hear what you were saying. Did you hear what she said?
She was concerned about the taxes on any infrastructure put into town.
The taxes?
Potential taxes for an increase in infrastructure.
Well, it would be horrendous.
Right on. Corey. I guess a question for Brianne. You said the condos are each 1,200 to 1,300 square foot approximately.
Let me look at that. You'd asked that at the beginning. I apologize for. Yeah, it's about 1,300, I believe. Sorry, don't have the.
Okay. And I think before the last meeting we had maybe asked the question of how much you were thinking about selling these condos for, and I'm just curious to put a ballpark.
A ballpark on it? I mean, so my answer is the same as it was last time, is that the market right now is extremely volatile. And I'm not talking about the real estate market, I'm talking about the supply market.
Yeah.
So we've seen the cost of plywood go up about 5 times. And then right now with the gas shortage, freight has gone way up. And supply and availability has been really horribly askew. So there were original considerations for the cost point when the developers first started working on this project, and we're reticent to pin down a firm figure because the market's volatile. And so there's a ballpark, figure from many, many months ago, that's probably no longer accurate because the supply chain is so dynamic right now.
Average home cost building is up $37,000.
So what was the baseline then? If we know that everything is north of the baseline, what was the baseline 5 months ago? What was the price then?
We're ballparking
yeah.
around 300,000 a unit.
Yeah, no question with that.
Places are selling for that already. 300,000 for a 650 square foot house. Already.
And this is exactly why I wanted to caveat that figure, because of the fact that it's what a willing buyer and willing seller will come to an agreement to. We have no control over that. We can put a price point on it based on our own development costs or whatever. But in reality, and I think as Lisa Roberts stated, there's nothing that requires a certain price point. And when this has been put into our writings and submissions on the permit, the goal is to a price point around single family and working professionals. Now, what constitutes a single family and working professional has a wide range. Here, I cannot dictate who buys it.
About the wide range. Seriously speaking, I'm speaking. Seriously, what local worker could afford the mortgage on the $350,000 home?
I understand that concern, and I also would echo.
I know that's not your concern. And the same with Bozeman, if you want to bring up Bozeman. If they want to put affordable housing in Bozeman, the city has to put it up, and then they can control how much rent or how much they can charge. We can't tell you what to do.
That's correct. And now, as happened in the last legislature, the city can no longer put up affordable housing and require.
Well, if they buy the lot, if the city buys the lot, they can put up affordable housing, but they would have to be responsible for how much is paid by the people who are on the lower echelon of the dollar per hour. And that's the only way they can do it. They can't put it in a private development and then have a low-income house here and a high-income house here because it takes away the value of the high-income house.
So, and the 2021 legislature has just made that an impossibility. And so it's a.
You can't do that anymore. Yeah.
That's no legal.
We can't afford to build anything, that's for sure.
It's illegal. But if we want it.
Jason.
I just wanted to go through some thoughts that I heard from people and just address them. One of the main things that I was concerned with was also affordability. We did a study, or we had a study done by somebody, Northwest Engineers, 2 years ago almost, that said, just to live in Ennis, you got to make $22 an hour.
The
houses are selling.
Housing Authority or something in Virginia City did it, yeah.
Houses are already selling. 800 square foot house with a garage, 300,000.
More like 485. Just recently sold.
There's nothing we can do to control that. If people can't afford a house, they just can't buy it. You know, they got to rent. They can't afford to rent. They can go and get public assistance. But the affordability thing, it just really doesn't apply to this situation because these are for sale just like any other house. If I was to go build a house, I want to sell the thing for as much as I can.
So perhaps the promotion's been on it being affordable housing. That's been a repeated quote unquote statement that has been held on to with this of we need more affordable, we need more affordable. So that's the line that's being told with you guys.
That's why
That's not what it's
thank you for bringing that up. Concerning, it says in the first paragraph for the finding of facts, and let me just note that this went before the county planning board before it even came to us, and they said the conditional use permit appears substantially met. They already reviewed it. We can't really.
There is. Yes. There is. 10 minutes.
You're the decision makers on it.
Right.
And the concept on that finding, because I drafted it, is relative to the other phenomena of being relinquished to purchasing property anywhere from 5 to 10 to 20 to 200 acres, the ranch dream, that's not affordable for anybody who actually has a day job.
So is this going to cater to locals, or is this going to be another opportunity for people to have a second home?
Is that another thing that we can control?
Well, what are we trying to, what problem are we trying to solve?
But we can't control, even if you go build a house tomorrow, I can't tell you you have to rent to a local. We can't control these things.
So what's the reason we want to have it here? What are you telling us? Why do we want this? Because are we just open because we have our regulations now?
I don't
so
think we necessarily
we're
want to have it here, but they're within the params of the
so
zoning.
So we have to cater, if somebody wants to come in and they meet the regulations, they can come in and we don't have any say.
And all the constituents are speaking and saying we don't want it. And you
Equal
don't
basis,
have
I
the
believe
ability
it's
to
called
vote
property
on
rights.
behalf of.
That's where the conditions can come in.
So
Yeah,
we
it's
are
called safety.
obligated, if a company comes in and wants to buy a property to develop, we're obligated because we have these regulations and they meet them?
No.
So we have no say?
But isn't this conditional use permit because it doesn't fully meet?
Correct.
No, that's not,
No.
it's not, it's a conditional use, so if you go on our code, there's permitted uses, and then there are conditional uses, which means that they're permitted, but we're allowed to put conditions upon that use. They're not a prohibited, so it's not a prohibited, thing. And
They are
they're
limited
not
to what-
asking for a variance either, they're not
We're not
asking,
changing anything in the zone. A variance changes the zoning to fit whatever they're doing.
they're asking to vary from that. It is not that.
And it has to
And
be
so-
a use that is already permitted in town.
3 stories is already permitted in town?
Under our
Zoning.
regulations, 40
That we weren't
foot.
allowed to change.
Okay. I don't disagree with you all. I've been listening to you, and I think, Lisa, even, we may disagree, or I may disagree with a lot of what you said, but I think that you are representing how our zoning is on the books, correct?
Yes, and
Okay.
that's what
So,
we're tied to.
Right, and I think where the pushback comes from, if I can just say this, because I think that you're all doing a very good job of explaining it, and I think that you're standing up for the property owner, which I would want too if I was the property owner, right? Yeah, absolutely. But I think where the pushback comes in, it's the height of the building that we are all completely against. You're gonna forever change the town by approving this height. If this building came in with 1 story less, I doubt half of this room would be here tonight.
That's true.
Period. And so that's all that this is all about. You're
No, and
doing an excellent job of reading what the laws are in front of you, and I applaud you for that. I don't feel that you are perverting them in any way. It is the height that we are all shocked with.
No, and I am too. I know.
So
because
you have the ability.
I don't have the ability because
If we say no,
Yes. Tell us
then
what
what
we say.
happens?
Why are we hostage to someone that wants to come in just because they meet the regulations that we have written down?
Yeah,
that's how the law works.
If we vote no, we have to have a reason. And if we say the reason is because of 40 feet, that's in the zone.
The reason
You
is because we don't have
could
any
vote tonight
fire
to,
safety.
you could vote tonight to table this, and you do have that option.
Yes.
You could table this tonight, Lisa.
Well, we could kick the can down the road, yes.
Yes, you actually, and you could, and you would actually win some support doing that. We're not
What
against.
other research are we gonna know? We know that it.
How to meet the fire and safety.
Yeah.
How to save lives
I mean,
if something happens.
Play attorney. She's got her
So
law books. So.
And
So
again,
play attorney if we say no.
so here.
Where are we at?
Well, where are we at?
Here-
You gotta let another
Well,
lawsuit.
we're at the snakes eating the town. That's what it is.
So you're saying we could be held as a lawsuit because we are,
Because we're not holding up our codes and our
It's on
zoning
the
and
books
our
already,
regulations.
unfortunately.
Yeah, it's on the books and it's been that way since 1996. That height has been on the books since 1996.
This is not new, this is not something we did for them. This
okay,
is
so down the line,
And
if we
it's
change the
just-
books, are we held to 3 stories? Are we gonna be held to 40 feet?
commercial
No.
in certain zonings.
No, so
Really?
if we wanted to rewrite our zoning and say, no feet, no building can be higher than 12 feet. We could do that.
And grandfather that building in.
Well, it
Right.
would be considered a non-conforming building.
So would you ask, can we ask this of you? Would you consider doing that to save our skyline? I mean, think about it, Lisa, because
So the master planning process, and that is why I advocated for the master planning process.
Right.
I went out,
She wrote the grant.
because I think
She works
that
really
I
hard,
wanted
you
this
guys.
process. I wanted
works
this. I
really
wanted this.
hard.
I wanted this 40 years ago. I wanted us to sit down and say, hey, zoning is really hard. It's really hard to say, hey, neighbor, don't build your fence that high. I don't want a hot pink house next to me, whatever. That is what the law does. As a society, we agree to a set of certain parameters and we move on forward to that. In 1996, Ennis adopted zoning and said, hey, you can have a 40-foot tall building here. You know, in 2017, we saw the writing on the wall. It was even before that, we asked for that community block grant to help us because we do not have the resources. We do not have a licensed planner. And we knew that this is actually probably the biggest threat to Ennis is growth. And these are growing pains. So back then we were like, yes, we want to rewrite the zoning.
We need to get ahead of it.
It was no joke when a gentleman here had the consultant backed up against the wall.
That was none of us.
No.
Well, I'm just
saying, there's back history for
so
a lot of
we
you
said,
people.
Okay, we said, okay, we'll step back and then we're gonna go through it page by page and then COVID hit. And it's not something conducive to do over Zoom. And so that's why there has been this, lag in.
So we can agree then that this council, that the purpose of this council going forward is to get some zoning in so that this
If you
nonsense.
will back us and not fight us when we go to change.
Hey, Christy, please.
Oh, come on.
I've been interrupted enough. I'm sitting here giving you praise, not knocking you down, okay? So take a compliment. It is your responsibility as a council to bring forth the correct things for safety and health and the well-being of all the citizens of this town, not to cater to the attorney for a developer. I get it. She saw the loophole and she's riding that all the way to the bank. And that's good for her. I'm a capitalist. I'm all for that. But by God, you've got this entire town in here telling you we don't like the 40-foot high building. So I would think that you would say, you know what, guys? This is going to go through because we know that you're going to vote yes. You don't have to wear us out. For God's sake, we'll stay here till 6 a.m. to watch the vote. We know it's going to be yes. What we want to hear is that you have this town's best interest at heart and that you realize that the loopholes were there and now we need to refine our laws. Period.
Absolutely.
Huh?
Absolutely. Because you know what? Because I went out and got the funding for the master plan. You have the steering committee here that we tried to get a wide scope of people to serve on this steering committee. It is no lie. Brandy Palmerton sat in here for 4 years. Brandy, how often did we have a full house?
We're here
Never.
now. We're here
Never.
now.
No, when you were on the council before COVID. So I'm just saying, yes, I am committed to this community, and that's why I take my free time. You know, when we did the zoning update, I had to pay for childcare in order to sit for 8 hours at a time to get this done. I am committed because I love this community, and that is why the master planning. So get involved. You can fill out a survey. You can talk to Keith. You can talk to the 8 other members on the steering committee. There are public meetings coming forward. And then you take the master plan and then you said, this is what we want as a community. And then you make the regulations to fit that. That is what the process is supposed to be. But right now, this is what we have in front of us. The people before us said, hey, you can have a 40-foot building. You can have a 40-foot building. That is what they said. And so now that is what we are left with.
I understand that, but you would get a lot farther with this group in this town if you would say, you know what, we need to tighten up our zoning. And
I did that 4 years ago.
But where is it?
Then how come you didn't tighten it up? Yeah, how come it's not tightened up?
Because they had the same thing happened on your side. Everybody came and yelled at us.
And they said they didn't want that type of control.
So it's off the table from now on.
No,
we've been working on it.
We worked on it for months.
Oh, just vote and get it over with. I mean, for God's sakes, we all know you're gonna vote yes. It's like the park list. You shove that down our throats too.
Why can't we go to court? Why can't we get an attorney and represent us? If you
We
vote
can,
no,
we absolutely
why
can.
can't we? Why
Or we can
can't
try to
we?
work
Wait
with,
a
or we
minute.
can
No,
work with
I'm
the developer.
It's
clear that they don't-
wait a minute.
town doesn't
I'm
want
being
us.
serious. I'm not.
We have a
if-
city attorney.
If a judge were to hear this, no, wait a second. I'm being serious. Like, if a judge, you do have another option.
We
And
don't
that
have
is
that
to
much
take
money.
it on and to go to court. And for a judge to hear that you don't have a fire department that can handle it. And that is something that a judge might say, you know what? Loss of life is an important risk.
Okay, so.
But again, we still have to have the state fire marshal come in and approve this. If they approve it, then they are putting their name on it that you've been asking for. They're putting
That's
it. That
if
is
you
not
vote
for
yes.
us.
I'll tell you right now,
That is
this
not-
comp plan, they're gonna
Okay,
shoot
just
it
a second.
down.
That is not for us to decide. Okay.
I just want to make a statement that there were a lot of houses in Shining Mountain before there was a fire department out there. And that was just in the past 6 years.
That's county.
Exactly, but at the same time, people were developing out there way before there was, I'm just saying.
You guys are bound by the laws of the books. 100% bound by them. And I would be really upset if you didn't follow the laws of the books. Then we would really have an issue. Again, the issue is the height of the building. So please understand that.
I totally get it.
Okay.
I don't want to see a 40-foot building either.
Okay.
You think I want to sit there and be yelled at?
amount of units.
Correct.
It's no, and they could build 12 single-family homes on that lot. It's
So-
not about the density at all.
So I would hope that going forward, that this council and this town would pay attention to the laws on the books and get them changed before it gets out of control. That is
That's what we're trying to
paramount
do.
to this, period, because you're not breaking the law if you approve this. We don't like it, I'll guarantee you. You can see it in the room.
Yeah.
Most unpopular thing ever, and so is this attorney, period.
You can see on here, on our agenda, we are working towards that as we've got our Board of Adjustment discussion because we've noticed, or it's been pointed out to us, and we are trying to fix the stuff on the fly as we go. We were not handed a great hand to deal with, and we are working with it. We are working on fixing the things, just like you're saying. We recognize them and are trying to fix them as they've loudly stated. We are trying to get everything fixed because we live here too. All of us live here. And we agree with a lot of things, but again, we are bound by what we have in front.
Very good, because the last thing we want to see is any more attorneys coming in here with out-of-state developers screwing our town up. Okay, because they're the only ones that they go home and they pad their bank accounts. She doesn't care. There's no heart in this valley.
Wait a second,
And
she's from Montana.
Huh?
Oh, that's right.
She's from Montana.
Hey,
Yes, let me continue with my list here, but first I want to recognize Dino.
Thank you. You know, you guys are in competition, really are. I would want to be up there. Can I ask a question of the attorney?
Yes.
Is there any way that the developer, after you attending this meeting and you're seeing what you're seeing here, is there any interest in him saying, or them saying, you know what, let's back it off. If that's the issue, we don't want to move into a community and irritate the hell out of everybody. I mean, is there some compromise here?
Redesign it, drop it down and put your parking somewhere other than underneath.
It is something that I will take back to my client. One of whom is sitting right here, Mike Sprout, who was born and raised in Ennis. He's a 50% owner. So this is not an out of state, this is a local project.
Went to school with him.
So, you know, I mean, you can sling all the mud you want. Mike's sitting right here, and I'm just talking generally, because I know this is a concern throughout the room. This is something that I will be talking to my client about because there is considerable pushback. But it is now in the town's mission scale. We have brought the application under the law. And so does that mean that there aren't other considerations that fall outside of that? Absolutely. Those will be things that would have to be discussed.
Well, since Mike's from Ennis, then he should want the best for Ennis, right? So you'd probably want to be bringing the hikes down, right?
I don't.
You
But I
don't.
do want the best.
Well, I guess each one of
So
those
let me
units is
talk.
another
Now let me talk.
$600,000 per unit.
I've lived here for 40 years. My family's lived here for over 100 years.
Yeah.
I've been here for over 40 years. My mom's been an employee here for many, many years. My kids go to that school over there. I do want the best for this town, guys. But what you don't think about is I'm bringing $2 million worth of income to this town. I'm going to employ a lot of people. I'm not going to source any of my stuff outside the limits of this town. I'm going to use all local contractors. I'm going to lose local concrete people. Everything that I'm going to do is inside this town. I do care very much about this town. I run a ranch here in town. I come from many long lines from here. I understand every one of your concerns. I think about it all the time, every single day that I get up. And I'm sorry that you're frustrated with what we're doing, but I'm telling you I have the best interest because I'm going to put a lot of food on everybody's plate.
Oh,
I'm going to feed families. I'm going to get people to
And grow the tax. Well, what
I'm
are
going
you
to pay
gonna
somebody
do
for the next 2
about-
years.
What are you
And
gonna
we
do
have a
about
lot of
fire
right,
department?
right, but you're
Let
arguing.
him speak.
What you're not listening.
I'm
No,
not-
listen. What you're
What do you
speaking
do
is.
about the fire department?
Okay, listen, what you're not listening to
Let him speak.
is what we have to do is we have to go through change. I can tell you straight up, since we started this project, we've not skipped one step. We have done everything that we need to. This is not the last step for us. We don't get to get voted yes, and we get to go down there and dig a hole and start building. That's not the way it works. Now we gotta go to the state. Now we gotta go to the fire marshal. Now we gotta go do all this other stuff. It's a step process. They're doing their job up there. We did everything that they asked us to do. Now, when they're done doing that, we'll do the next step. Well, if the fire marshal doesn't like what we're doing, obviously we're gonna have to meet their requirements. We're gonna have to do what they want to do.
But you still want 40 feet.
I'm gonna build a building to what we like if it meets the codes. Yes, I
Exactly.
100%.
And that's the objection.
But it's to what you like for your profit margin on the development. That's what it is.
Well, it's here nor there. That's my
But
decision.
it is your decision.
It is.
But as a member of the town, as somebody who, I think you would want to have a responsible growth plan in for the town. To collaborate with the town to do that, there would be a lot of opportunity for you to do more development and get support from the town and bring more jobs to Ennis over time by putting in a plan that helps protect some of that.
You're justifying the point.
Okay, just a second, we're not having we're not gonna have that argument in
How
here.
convenient, your mom's the new zoning manager.
Jason, go ahead.
So I'm still going through my list of concerns that I had, and originally when this came before us, I stated these concerns. I thought the occupancy was too high. They wanted 2 adults per room, which would have been 6 adults, and then unlimited children. I think that doesn't seem to be anything that was addressed in here. Alex, do you have any?
What's said is 2.5 people per dwelling unit.
No, there's
I remember that.
there's nothing about that
In the zoning?
your regulations. One thing I will mention is under the TND zoning, y'all should read it. It's very enlightening. But check this out, under density and intensity, it says nothing about height. But listen to this, and this is what Mr. Sprout is not doing. The maximum permitted residential density calculated as the number of dwelling units per acre and intensity of non-residential use calculated as permitted floor area ratio shall not exceed or be less than that for the underlying zoning district by a factor of more than 50%. What that means is under the TND, if you took this literally, it gives you the ability to expand your density by up to 50%.
So from 2.5 to 5.
Yeah. Now, he's not gone to that point. He's going straight across the board with the density allowed in neighboring, right across the street, residential zone.
And granted, most people aren't gonna buy a house and put 6 people in there, but somebody might. I guess if that's the zoning, how we change it, I don't know. We can't just go to this building and say, we don't like that, so we're gonna change the zoning because of you. My other concern was what this thing's gonna look like. Is it gonna look like ugly? You know, it's gotta look like stuff that's already in it. I don't know how we implement that. We gotta tell them.
Text amendments.
Well, I mean, we can't just go and change the zoning just because of them. But right now, on the conditional use
It's an
permit,
additional use permit, we could.
why couldn't we put conditions on what it looks like?
Because we don't have that, we don't have design guidelines.
We're not that far.
Stated
They're
in
not
our-
that
in
far.
our- Is that correct? Is that correct, Alex, or is there?
I think what you could do defensively, it gets so subjective that it falls into this term that, in legal terms, it's called arbitrary and capricious. So what I enjoy might not be what you enjoy.
Right.
Now, if there was something that's identified as being a nuisance or a real issue for safety, a good example would be some kind of use that creates glare right at an intersection. Or you're creating a conflict with aircraft. You know, things like that. You could actually say what's not allowed. However, as a planner, I've noticed that usually people have a pretty good sensibility about what they want to build, because they want to be able to sell it, have it fit in nicely. We have to have a little bit of faith in people.
Right. And that, I know what you're saying, because a lot of these places around here, nobody's been told what to do and they've built it just like they should have. The fire issue, definitely a big issue for me. But like everybody else was saying, we have buildings that are that high. I don't know that we can justifiably say you can't build this because of fire issues. The water and sewer, when this first came to us, one of the main things we said was, and this was John's deal too, are we gonna be able to support this? How many more can we support? So that's when we did a study, and we found that for water, we can support 372 additional connections. And for sewer, we can support 520 new residents. So this wouldn't even be a drop in the bucket to that. And then lastly, I just want to say that I'm a commissioner because another commissioner quit and nobody else wanted to be a commissioner. So we're all here because nobody else wanted to do it. We're doing it. Sometimes we have 4 meetings a month and we're pretty much volunteers. We get barely anything for it. We're trying the best we can. We're not experts. We just hear what people say and make the best decisions we can. So we're just trying to do what's right for everyone. How you do that, I don't know. You just do what you think's right.
People are here doing that thing.
Can you, and if so, would you consider, I'm excluding this project from my comments, a moratorium on accepting any new proposals until you can get your zoning rewritten?
I don't know about that because I think that has unintended consequences. I'd love to say, oh, we're not going to build anything else.
I'm just asking you if you could find out, can you do it, and will you consider a moratorium? I don't know if any of you know the answer to that now.
I think one of the big questions is like where they want to put the 40-foot building. It's in the zoning, and it allows them to do that.
That's clear.
You know, and is there a chance that there's more of these here coming in Ennis? I doubt it because there's no land.
Absolutely.
Oh, as soon as you do one, you're
There's
gonna
no
have
land.
one.
They're already piling up out there in the pipeline, trust me.
Well, I won't deny it, but I hardly see any chance of it happening because there's too many things that go with it.
It's here, but it's not being recognized.
You're totally recognized, and I get why you're all here, and I understand it, but you have, from my position, everything that they have put in front of us, if you vote no, you have to have a reason. I don't have fire safety.
Unfortunately, it's the law.
It's so tricky with the fire safety because there's no state statute, there's no city.
Honestly, the fire safety
But
thing
there's
isn't even an issue
common
because
sense too.
it has to go before
That's
the
up to the
state
state,
fire.
not.
I mean,
The state's gonna shoot it down under this current plan, there's no fire access.
well,
There we
Then the
go.
state will
So
do
let's
that.
get on with the vote then. I'm getting hungry, this is going on, I mean, we're running circles right now. One thing though, Lisa, you said you were referring to Jackson Hole about putting a moratorium on it, it's gonna raise land prices and all this stuff. And you don't think that's a good idea?
I don't think it.
You don't think that's a good idea?
Yeah, I think what Jackson Hole did, and it just depends on how long is that moratorium? How long is it gonna take us to get through the zoning?
Is that from
I mean,
your
'cause, I mean, look at-
professional experience or just something you think would happen to our
Well, we
real
watched
estate
the
market?
example happen in Jackson, what happened? It
Okay.
raised
He's
land
from
prices
Jackson,
like
it happened in the
crazy.
90s, is that
Right.
they were freaked out.
I understand, but when one person on the council says, I don't think that's a good idea, does that mean it's just not an option?
No.
Right.
No.
Right, that's
But
correct.
I mean, do you wanna?
No,
It
and
is
out.
an option.
But
Yeah.
here's the thing, do you wanna tell, I mean, I would venture a guess that a substantial part of our economy is people that have construction jobs or indirectly related to construction jobs. If we hit a moratorium, treating everybody the same and not saying, hey, Billy Bob, oh yeah, you go ahead, you're just fine. If we treat everyone the same, what happens to them, to those contractors?
You can
Who now?
qualify your moratorium to say.
Well, we have to
Small
even see if
things.
that we can do it. So, and this is just in these I believe there might be 2 other lots in the North 40 with this zoning. The rest of it is the traditional, or excuse me, the residential density, which will be single family home. So,
And there isn't a construction worker in this vicinity that wants to work, that isn't working, that won't be working 6 months from now, a year from now. There's
I know,
not
but when,
much.
you see how long these projects take?
I know how long they take.
Yeah, so it's just a matter of, where are they gonna be, what's gonna happen in the next,
Well,
2
we're
years.
not here to address the developers' need, and I'm not.
No, I'm not saying the need, I'm saying the need of employment for people in 2 years. That's what I'm getting at, but I think the goal of the master planning and the zoning is to get that done as quickly as we can.
There's an incentive.
Absolutely, yep, and that master planning process is it is begun, and then it'll go through, I think they're trying to be done in October with the final report.
Well, there you go.
Did I understand you to say, Lisa, that if you put a moratorium on something, then everything else stops, building and everything?
Well, no, I'm just
Okay.
saying, no.
So put a moratorium on the 40-foot height until you figure out however you're gonna
If
do
you're
it.
gonna
Because
get more applications, you may already have them, so.
Yeah, there's amendments that could be made, we could take a look at making amendments throughout that still requires, it would be an amendment, so it requires a public hearing process, it's not gonna happen. I can't wave a magic wand and say, boom, tomorrow, we can't do that, it still requires a public process.
But you could put a moratorium on the 40-foot height.
I don't know that, I would have to find that out.
Yeah.
So it's something we can
So
table.
we understand your obligation to follow the laws and this year we understand your individual position. As commissioner, do any of you have a reason, that is a defensible reason, to vote no or to vote to table this that could be discussed?
I mean, if I vote to table the issue, then it would have to have a reason so we can look at doing something and then we
And
have
bring
to
it back
say
to vote.
another meeting.
I agree.
Do any of you have?
That's what I'm asking.
Anybody else?
Do any of you have a defensible reason? Obviously, I believe the town commission is concerned about being sued. if they deny this without a valid reason for denying it, or table it without a valid reason for tabling it. So there's a feeling that it's heading for a yes, and I'm asking, do any of you, as part of the discussion, who have concerns about this, have a valid defensible reason, or from the planning gentleman, is there a defensible reason with what's been brought up in public comment and everything else, why the town commission could vote to table this or could vote no?
The options are laid out for conditional use permit. We have three choices. Approval with conditions for denial. If you wanted to deny, you would have to identify non-compliance with the regulations.
And they can.
Yes.
It's loosey-goosey. And so.
Well, unfortunately, it's already the law, and they have a lawyer that's fine-tooth combed everything. We're kind of stuck with it, I think.
If there's not a commissioner has, if someone doesn't have a valid reason to say no, we should move on to vote and move on to town commission meeting. If someone has, Jason, you could bring up certain points, I don't know if those points that you're bringing up are reasons why you say, I would vote this way for this reason, let's discuss this, and does the town commission feel comfortable using this point to make this vote?
Can we use file directly to the table? I don't think we can. I called
Why not?
different planning board people. They had the same feedback and the same backlash at the planning board meeting. So a lot of these questions were already asked and a lot of them were answered. So I called a couple of planning board members and asked, there's so many arguments. There's already buildings that are that tall. There's already this, there's already that. The fire department, I think state statute, I don't know, has to grow with growth.
That's taxes.
But again, the issue is the height, because it blocks the view shed and it's too high. Most people don't want that.
We wouldn't be
And
here.
the fire is
Guaranteed.
just an excuse.
It's not an excuse.
No, it's
Come on.
not. Wait a minute, it's a real, it's real issue. I
If
mean,
we were to say that right now, I'm gonna table this because it's unsafe because of fires. Well, I can't do that because it's already gonna go to the state board that's gonna decide that.
Well, why
I'm
waste their
not-
time?
I'm not an expert.
Why waste their time with it?
So why don't you be a hero right now and just say, you know what, this is gonna go through, because we all know it, all right? We know that you're gonna vote yes, because you won't table it. He's explained why you can't table it, and I get it. But be a hero and say, you know what, we will put a moratorium going forward on the height of a building, and we need to look at that. And you can all be heroes tonight, and you satisfy an awful lot of people here, but you won't say it, because I don't think you really want that.
No, it's not about that.
Then why don't you say that? Why don't you say, yes, we.
Because I can't make promises for a procedure that goes on forward. Because
Why can't you table height? You said that you could.
no, I didn't say that we can put a moratorium on height.
We have to look at all
We
that.
could have to make.
Well, why don't you say that you will?
We could make amendments to the zoning code.
Say that you will. Say that yes, I'm validating your concerns here as the town people, and I'm your representative, and I agree with you, and I'm gonna look into that, and I'm gonna do my very best to see if we can't do something about that. Can you say that, Lisa?
I will say that. I will look into it.
More than just look into it? I mean, for God's sakes, you've spent $140,000 suing a landowner for stairs.
We
No.
don't-
Wait,
No.
You.
Not part of the discussion. Not part of the discussion.
Okay, hang on. Everyone be quiet for a second here. I just found something Alex gave me. He's been looking out, he's been reading all the way through this. Because we weren't sure on this. We're all learning a lot of these things. But just for your guys' information as well. An interim zoning ordinance is no longer in effect 6 months from the date of its adoption. However, after notice pursuant to 76-303 and pursuant to public hearing, the legislative body may extend the interim zoning ordinance for a year. Any extension requires a 2/3 vote for passage and becomes effective upon passage. No more than 2 extensions may be adopted. So we could put that in. I think it needs to be a agenda item. But we can. So here's what we can do for you folks, just so you've got this. We can put this.
Can I express what an interim zone is?
Please do.
All right, under statute, there is a provision. It's described as interim zoning ordinance, and It basically says, except as provided in 762-340, the city or town council or other legislative body of the municipality to protect public safety, health, and welfare, and without following the procedures otherwise required prior to the adoption of zoning ordinance, may adopt as an urgency measure an interim zoning ordinance prohibiting any uses that may be in conflict with a contemplated zoning proposal that the legislative body is considering or studying or intending to study. It's a thing, Ravalli County used this several years ago when they were having real challenges with their zoning. It is something that probably could be discussed in a public forum and decided upon the scope and parameters that the town would recognize as being pertinent to it. There are provisions for these things.
So we could put in the 40-foot moratorium for the 6 months.
Well, I'm not an attorney, but I think that you could include many things. You could probably take a look at your conditional use permit criteria and say, we're not going to do any more until we bolster our criteria. We would like to have a criteria that says emergency service providers, fire safety, building heights to meet our available equipment. I think you could do those things, but you would want to do it properly and thoughtfully.
Okay. So here's what we're gonna do with that being in.
Thank you, Alex.
Yes, is we will put this as an agenda item because we have to have it officially. It will be an agenda item for the June meeting, and that way we can do our homework on it as well to make sure. Jason, go ahead.
So we'll have to table the vote. You can't just make an agenda item for it, right?
No, he's talking about doing an interim thing.
For next, for
Because
Not
that's what
on
they're
that.
asking. What,
No.
under
Not on
this,
the-
we're
It's two
pretty
separate
much.
things.
we're
We
there.
moved on from My
Is-
Willow to now amending the zoning, interim amending the zoning
Is
ordinance.
what you're suggesting here a method to delay the vote on this until that?
I don't believe it's a method to delay the vote. I think what it is there have been lessons learned through this process, and there are avenues that the town can use to correct that.
It's already the law. I mean, I see you guys, you guys are in a tough position. I get it. I mean, and I'm seeing, you know, you guys are being pretty clear with it. It sucks. It's already the law. Lawyers, that's what their job is. They're snakes. I mean, I'm sorry. It is what it is. But there's nothing else. There's nothing really we can do. I mean, it was a law before they applied.
I mean, honestly, I would table the vote if I had a reason, but.
I made a lot of phone calls. I tried.
Yeah.
I see.
You can't just sit here and
Yeah,
say no.
But I think Blake, you brought up, and Alex, I think that is commendable. I think that goes a long way with building back trust with this council. Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now, y'all are not very popular, but that right there was a very good move. And I would like to see some sincere effort put into that, Lisa, as to get this stuff resolved so that we don't have this issue anymore. Okay, the landowners aren't breaking the law, even though we don't like what they're building. They're not popular for it, but it's their land. And Lisa's right. We can't be telling people what they can do on their land. I mean, within reason, obviously.
So are there other companies that are still pursuing this?
We had those proposals, I think, was that in February, but none of them have, the other two have not come back.
Luckily, one of them isn't in the core commercial, it's in the residential, which would put them to 27 feet,
25.
25 feet.
Yeah. So
There
that
is one
one would be
other
in
one.
consideration. But there is also something to consider, this is for a wider discussion too, to bring this point up. We are lucky our community is lucky to be surrounded by several ranches that are in conservation easement. That is tremendous. So that means we can't go out. So
Realistically, which other
Right.
way do you go?
So what do you do at that point? So I'm not saying there's a solution or I have the solution. It's just something. It's a fact, and we have to consider it in our planning. And
Safety would be a reason for a no vote on this. I'm looking at this, and I don't think we got a water cannon that can go from the highway to the rear of these buildings. If a space heater caught fire on the rear of one of these buildings, this fire department cannot actively get to that. That's safety.
That's what the state fire marshal will
I
determine.
can't get a state inspector's office to call me back for power inspections. I mean, they're burdened. They can't stop it because of that, because of how the zoning is.
Well, let's get to the
Well, and I
vote.
think-
Let the state figure this out. We need to start calling the fire
Any
marshal.
other discussion?
I think the only other thing that I would like to recommend on there is because of the topography of the lot, I think this was brought up at the planning board meeting that I listened into, is that with the fire trucks, because of the topography, and it's pretty much flat, that they could get to those east side of the building. So that was something that was brought up at the planning board, that I just want us to reiterate.
The one that would be the issue would be that middle one, too, more or less.
Yeah, and so they could just basically come on the east side because it's gonna be flat. I don't think there's plans to change the topography there.
Well, the eightplex that got built downtown, they had to have sprinklers.
He put them in, I don't think they had to, or the state made them.
The state would, if that's what the state chose, they would make them do that as well.
I'm sure they would, yeah. They sure would.
Okay, any other discussion? Do we need to, sorry. Let me get back to my conditions.
I think the only thing we need to do is, we may need to, yeah, that's what I'm just wondering, is that,
Number 7.
Number 7 is there, as well as just that, we need to make an amendment, or just from building permit to zoning permit. Just wanna make sure that that is clear in the motion. It's clear in the minutes there, okay. Thank you, Karen, for the clarification.
Any other discussion? Okay, call to vote. Lisa.
Aye.
Brian.
Aye.
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 Motion passes. Okay, you guys want to break for a couple minutes, or should we just keep going?
Yeah, it's 10, I consider.
Let's go.
Okay, public comment on non-agenda items.
Anybody else?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No worries.
Okay, I'll put my raggedy thumb in place. Yeah, I got a public comment that I think is concerning that I've witnessed over the past couple of weeks. Oh yeah, again, my name is Trevor Lockhart. So, my public comments, first and foremost, again, I know you guys are in a tough position there. My wife and I built a house out here up by the airport, like pre-construction safety reviews, everything. I mean, it's tough out here, like they do. As they make you jump through a lot of hoops, and if they do that, I mean, whether we like it or not, you guys, that was your position. So I just want to start with that. But basically, what I want to get into is some of the other stuff that I've seen going on in regards to ethics of some of the members on the city council. First and foremost, I just want to say, obviously, thank you to everybody who attended tonight, even though I think half the room just left because that's all they cared about was the project. But I don't want to take up too much time on this. But basically, over the past 2 weeks, I've had a lot of conversations with Justin Eckhart over there, who's our Deputy Attorney General, and with John Moore over here. And in all those, and bringing a lot of this to his attention, I've sort of arrived at the conclusion that I truly think that, Councilman Corey Hardy's actions at the farmer's market, asking for donations as a council member, and discussing ongoing litigation is not only a breach of the Montana Code of Ethics, but it's a breach of his civic duty as a public servant of this council. So, as a resident of this valley, I would like to ask for his resignation. And, I've quoted multiple Montana Code of Ethics here, like Title II, Chapter 2. I mean, the Code of Ethics starts out that Its statement of purpose says the purpose of this part is to set forth a code of ethics prohibiting conflict between public duty and private interest as required by the Constitution of Montana. I mean, you're out here talking about, and blatant, it's about as blatant as you guys could be. I mean, we have video recording of it. We talk to you guys out there about it. I mean, we have the town attorney telling us not to talk about it. We can submit writings in question, but he's asked you guys not to talk about it. And you guys are out here in a public forum. I mean, I have people reaching out to me because I have been asking, the questions about this stuff and making this stuff evident for people that don't know aware about the ongoing litigation. But like, that to me is about as big of a breach of ethics as we can have. The most recent one, which I have pictures and I've submitted to Justin Eckhart as part of Eckwall, sorry, I keep thinking Eckhart. Eckwall and his assistant Kendra Todd, as, the most recent one, this last one, had on the bucket literally a $20 minimum donation. I mean, you're asking for donations, talking about an ongoing litigation, asking for money to fund this litigation openly. And I mean, I just don't understand how that's, I grew up and I was a political science major in college. I've dealt with politics my entire life. I understand ethics. I understand the way that public servants are supposed to act in public. And that's, a huge concern of mine. A great quote that I like from a Supreme Court justice that was one of my favorites, nominated by Eisenhower, is ethics is knowing the difference between what you have the right to do and what's right to do. And I think that just resonates so hard with me. Montana Code of Ethics, Title II, Chapter 2, Part 102, line item 3A also defines a gift of $50 or more as being of substantial value. This last week at the farmer's market, I have a close-up picture of it. There had to have been $200+ in there with a city council member. Again, not in his formal capacity, but still he's in our public, asking for donations and speaking vocally about this. So even though it wasn't a sanctioned council member event, it still is, he's representing our town as a council member on and off the clock. And that is something that politicians are chastised for across this country daily in this cancel culture type thing, whatever type weird times we're in right now. So normally this would have been okay if you weren't on the town council, if you weren't using the pretense and openly speaking about litigation. And I know you, I'm sure, have the best interests at heart, but we have so many questions about this. We don't know, where the money's going. We've asked about it there. I mean, I heard multiple people, Marshall ask about it at the first one when Will and Marshall and multiple other people, Kirk, multiple other people came up and had, issue with it. And, we never really got straight answers. If anything, it was, CC and you, again, talking openly about how this money was needed because we've got to fight this lawsuit and openly talking about, almost borderline bragging about how it wasn't even 140 anymore, about how it's up to about $175,000 now. And to me, again, it just really hurt my soul to hear that for a city council member to be that blatantly, behind closed doors, fine, but you're in a public forum there. We have certain, ethics and standards that we expect of our public, that's why you guys are on our board. That's why we come here and pay attention to our town. We have certain, standards that you guys, I feel like, should live by. And then, yeah, just in closing, again, like I said, I just, I did already take this to Justin and all that, and I've talked to John about it, and I've, called and made multiple, I've submitted everything. My wife and I have both given written statements about what we saw and heard. We have recordings and pictures of it, and I just would like to please ask, for the town, especially with this litigation, because there's so much misinformation surrounding it. Most of the town doesn't even know what is even going on with it. I mean, I've looked it up, the back and forth between the attorneys and stuff and read a lot of it, but that's all just the public information side. We don't know the inner workings. So it just gives you an upper hand where, what if you know something that we don't as a town resident, and you're out there telling stuff that we don't even know. I mean, I just don't feel like the town should get their information from that outlet. So if there's anything that you would take from this would be, I think you severely violated your ethical code that you took in your oath of office on this position, and that, resignation is obviously my recommendation. But B, please don't be there this Saturday. I mean, you've angered a lot of people. John Moore said he got over 10 complaints the first week you were there when it was nice out. nobody was here last week. I had to let them know and call John Moore and, put in the report and take the pictures and stuff because no one was there because there was 6 inches of snow. But just please, for the sake of this, like, have a little bit of ethical value, man, please. Like, that's all that I have to hammer home. So that's all I got.
Any other public comment?
Yes. I'm gonna further what Trevor said. Christian
I'm
Peterson.
sorry, I'm really sorry.
Oh, Christian
Say your name
Peterson.
again, thank you.
Corey, you just devalued the entire council as if it wasn't already damaged, its reputation. But you took it down even to the gutter, what you were doing. And it is our understanding that Ennis Tubing Company, or whatever ETC stands for, is just a fake company. And it was designed to intimidate and harass a property owner. Those were your words. And I believe Lisa is part of that as well.
No.
Yeah, I'm just saying what I've heard.
No.
So what you did is childish at best. You're an adult now, and you shouldn't be doing that out in a public park. You just destroyed the little bit of credibility that this council had. Destroyed it. Okay? And we are hoping that something comes of it, because you need to be held accountable for what you did. Collecting money, having a fake company to harass and intimidate a landowner, that's despicable. And if you're doing it to him, who's the next one? And the next one after that? Is that how you're gonna operate? Is that how Ennis is? Is this Chicago or New York? So what do you have to say for that? Because what you were doing was childish. You have no place in this council doing what you did. What do you have to say for
He's
yourself?
not allowed to speak in this.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, it's despicable. And you made a real, I'm not even going to say it.
Any other public comment?
Nicole Hawk. Now that we're officially not under the town as ambulance service, I would kind of ask that the city council maybe have made a little effort to say thank you to the people that did do stuff. We never got even a notice of termination, nor did Patty or anything of that nature. I mean, we all knew it was coming. We all knew that what was happening, but in the end, for lack of thanks, out the door we go. There was no thank you from anything. I heard once that I want to be more involved, and that was the last time I saw, heard, or anything from the mayor. We're getting rid of an ambulance board, and that was the last thing I ever saw from him. As far as there was no involvement in membership meetings after that, anything. It was a lie from somebody that signed my paycheck. I don't like it when a boss lies to me. And I don't like, you guys all put in a ton of hours. And I know that you want to know that somebody appreciates it. It would have been nice if there had been.
I thought you guys had a party and stuff, I'm sorry.
We went out there. That's us sitting around like, thanks, you did a good job tonight. Would it have killed you to put together a letter and sign it, or a thank you card? That's my comment. A little bit of appreciation for the people that do a lot for you. If you want it, I don't think it would have been too much to ask for literally more than decades for a lot of us.
A lot of late nights, early mornings, weekends, holidays.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, we dropped the ball on that. I thought there was some kind of organized event that you guys had. My sincerest apologies.
Any other public comment? Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the Roylands review of the conditional use stipulations that folks set
Oh wait,
previously.
did we ask the folks that are?
They've been commenting so much, it's hard to keep up.
Is there anything there, Jen? Or is it just?
At this point, no.
Okay.
It's all
So
just
it's
talk.
nothing constructive, okay.
Okay, this is, we set these conditions on this property
2009.
2019. Thanks. Sorry, I have to go back and look. This is just a review of what you guys have set forward with this. Right.
Anyone, is Mr. Royland still with us? Was he on
Yes.
there? Oh, hey, it was a different Royland that was here in August of 2019.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Age backward.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like,
I wouldn't know that trick.
Do you want me to read the minutes?
Thank you for coming tonight. Sorry it's tentative.
Glad to be here.
Learned a lot, didn't you?
I am trying to, okay, so if you could walk us through here. So in August of 2019, it was a conditional use permit, because this zoning district, just so everyone knows what we're talking about, is near the post office, correct?
Yes.
On Bauer, between Bauer and Madison.
Yes.
Okay. And so in 2019, we approved a conditional use permit that you submit a site plan to be approved and a landscaping plan to also be approved. And those things, that's what we're looking at tonight.
Great.
So that is why we need to do this. And then and to be honest, in all fairness, I almost think that it needs to go, if we're gonna cross all our T's and dot all our I's, that it needs to go to the county planning board, for a planning board public hearing with them as well. So they can do the same kind of finding of facts and make recommendations to us that they did before, if they're at all willing to do that. Anything else. But can you, but I guess, Mr. Royland, can you just refresh our memories and with your pictures here, kind of walk us through the project and what they might look like? Or do you have any other elevation? You just have this? You don't have?
Do you have any other drawings or any?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Okay.
And they're obviously not to scale. So when you say you have your trees, your grass, and your gravel, the sidewalk, and how wide are those sidewalks?
They would be 4 feet.
Okay, and there's no side, and where's your parking on this?
Yeah, the parking isn't labeled.
Oh, so
okay,
it's
sorry,
it's all gravel around it, is that?
Yeah, so because the idea is that you can pull in from the pavement road, I forgot the name of it. Madison and pull around the building. Because there's.
So the driveway is like all the way around?
Yeah, just so.
Where do they, let me go to the one with the gravel because it has less writing. So this is Madison.
Right.
And that's the highway.
Right.
And this is all driveway, but where's parking?
Just in front of the buildings.
They park like this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because there's 30 feet, so there's plenty of
room.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not gonna be, so, okay. And
Yeah, each
the
one
only.
of those strips is 33 feet, it says.
Okay, gotcha.
Why?
I think I'm looking at it correctly, where the grass is that face the highway, because it's an avenue?
Yeah.
Okay, so, I guess my input on the site too is that you're gonna need some more, what they call like screening, and do you have plans for dumpster or those types of things that are gonna be on here too? That are gonna be, maybe, like if you're gonna have a dumpster, it has these screening.
No, I didn't have any plans for that, but.
Okay. I think those are some of the considerations that we're also gonna need, and then maybe, also some landscaping towards the front, and it could be xeriscaping, something along landscaping along Madison Avenue as well, and maybe in between the buildings as well, whether they be shrubs or whatever. It just seems as though just a big gravel lot around those buildings is not really the aesthetic that we're trying to obtain.
All right. There is trees in the back too, by the way.
Yeah, no, those are fantastic. I see that, and then there's a little patch of grass too. So, so I guess as part of the landscaping plan that we're going to approve, we just like to see that bolstered a little bit more. And then also, there are no, so there's a sidewalk there, I guess, to the, what would be that direction, east.
Lisa, one thing over here that we're being, this has already been approved, so we're just,
I know, but no, so how it was worded, go ahead and read the motion back to me.
Commissioner Roberts made a motion to approve the residential business uses on Mr. Lorantz's property with the condition the zoning board of adjustment reviewing and approving a site plan with landscaping included.
Okay, so we have not, the zoning board of adjustment has not seen or approved the site plan. So since we're not acting as the zoning board of adjustment right now, I don't believe we can vote on it. Because we're not acting as the zoning board of adjustment.
but we were in 2019.
We had a public hearing for that.
Okay, and that's why I'm
Yeah.
making sure.
Yep, so I guess at this point,
August 8th.
what's that?
The public hearing was August 8th.
Yep,
2019.
exactly. So, and that's when we said we'll approve it if you bring us a site plan that we need to approve and a landscaping plan that needs to be.
2 years since though, right?
Yeah.
We're close to, we're running 2 years.
Yeah, so.
We're totally willing, I mean, I'll add 20 bushes to that, like. I'll add more trees.
Okay, but are they gonna be, I mean, are they gonna be irrigated? I don't want a stick out there that's gonna die, by the end of September, and then you say, oh, I did my landscaping. Those are the things, they're gonna be irrigation to those, as well. And what do the buildings, do you have elevations on, or do you have any sketch plans at all of what they actually look like? Okay.
So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna cut you off just quickly. We're gonna table this, and we're gonna give you a month to go and get the things that she's looking for as far as the irrigation, the proper, proper drawing. It's not and I'm not meaning to be offensive, it's not very professional looking. It looks like you just colored it in a little bit.
Sure.
But go ahead and go back and get a plan that works for what we had asked for in 2019. And so we'll table this and give you the opportunity to go ahead and get that fixed and properly, a proper site plan.
And then
Can we give him the opportunity to show us right now?
Yeah, that'd be great.
How's he gonna figure out his irrigation and his,
All I have to say is he's gonna have it irrigated.
Yeah, I mean, and I would say that there's no certificate of compliance until those things are done. So you can't move in, you can't sell them, or whatever you guys plan to do until that's done. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
well.
would we have bushes on this side, like a planter, or what are we thinking?
I guess I'm concerned that, we just had, my willow, they had to, one of our things is that and we have to look at our parking and loading requirements, is that, gravel isn't sufficient as a substrate. It probably needs to be asphalt, concrete, or pavers, because that is the standard that we held. And we're gonna treat everybody the same.
So with that, and then this will be quicker than sending it to the planning board. So we're giving him the opportunity to come back with a plan that fits what the conditional use was set for.
Yeah, and I
If we
guess,
send it to the planning board, it could be 6 months before they see it. This will give him the opportunity in a month to go ahead and get his stuff taken care of, and then we can
yeah,
get him passed through.
Mr. Orleans, if you need help, there is, in our code, there is like parking and loading requirements, and since they're gonna be multifamily units, if you gotta demonstrate, I mean, even if you drew lines on here that you meet the parking requirements, you meet the loading requirements, all of those things that are in our code, and I understand that our code is a bit of a labyrinth, but maybe, Susie or if Alex has time, maybe you can ask Alex to point those things out to you as well, just so all of our T's are crossed and all of our I's are dotted, and that's where we're at, so. That's it. I don't know how my other colleagues feel.
I looked at the plans and thought it wasn't ready yet. We need to see a little more.
It's just,
I know.
Art signed everything, so.
Yeah,
I
and
thought we were good, but.
yeah, and I apologize, that was That was, but in your conditional use permit, when it came, I think it was that your dad that was here. You know, yeah, it said that you would submit a site plan and a landscaping plan. That's what it was agreed to there.
I know,
That's where we're holding it to. So.
yeah, and I thought, I gave it to Art and I thought he said it was good, so I just, it's all good.
Maybe there was a misunderstanding on our part, not the first time. So if you're willing to, I guess, work with those things and.
And we'll look at it again next month and get you.
Yeah, but it really needs to look at those, the requirements too, and so that we understand on the parking and loading and all of that.
So let's go ahead and move on to the temporary use permit for the Pew.
Thank you.
Occupied travel trailer while construction ongoing.
Do we have a timeline for construction?
Where is the Pew? Where are they building?
Counting.
Addition and.
I think it's down on William Street.
Down on William Street.
Is that, Randy and Wendell Baker's old house, the brown house there? Do they have a timeline for construction or on this permit? Did they?
Permit goes for 1 year, I think.
Yeah, permits are for a year.
Okay. Have they already been living in it?
I don't know.
I move to approve the temporary use permit for Mr. Depew. Actually, wait a second, I wanna know, is Mr. Depew on?
No.
Who's gonna be living in the trailer?
Him and his wife, is what he indicated.
Do we know her
That
name?
they're doing, they're doing
the renovation themselves?
I believe so.
Okay, so,
And a time,
yeah, I was gonna do a time, so I make the motion to approve, temporary use permit for the travel trailer while on address 310 William Street for Mr. Depew and his wife for up to 1 year from today, so.
May 13th.
Okay, let me make sure I got this right. Move to approve a temporary use permit for travel trailer at 310 William Street, for Mr. Depew and his wife for up to 1 year. Yep, while construction is ongoing on their home. Guess they're not cleaning that place up.
Wait a second.
A second.
Pick one.
Is that Jason?
Jason.
Okay, any more discussion with that? Work?
Aye.
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 Lisa?
Hi. Sorry, I'm trying to find my.
You're good.
same thing on this next one?
Yep.
This one's for.
And it's Robbie Claypool, correct?
Correct. Is it Robbie that's gonna be staying in there?
That's what he indicated.
Did the sewer back up into his house, Kelly?
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
John, is that bugging you?
I didn't see it.
Are you ready? I move to approve the temporary use permit for John Claypool for living in the camper while renovating at 224 West Grizzly for 1 year.
220 West Grizzly.
224 West Grizzly.
Thank you.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Any other discussion on that? Okay, call the vote. John?
Aye.
Jason?
Aye.
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 Okay, let's go ahead and go to the water and wastewater capacity study review.
Everybody have a copy of it?
Yep.
Yep, thank you.
Do you have any questions on it?
Jason hit up high points for us earlier.
Yeah, Jason had it written down and ready.
Jason pretty well told the story. The rest was just numbers on how they got there. So I don't know. Any questions?
My only question was the capacity. I mean, I know what you have for, what you can drain and how much it is, but I wanted to know how many houses could be hooked up to it.
I think that's what.
I couldn't hear him.
Jason, do you want to repeat what you said?
Yeah, it just
You
says,
still have
so
information.
for the hydraulic capacity, which is the wastewater treatment, for the sewer, we can have an additional 520.
Can you hear him? John, can you hear what Jason was saying? He's telling you the numbers.
Yeah.
We can have an additional 520 hookup.
Okay.
520 on the sewer, and then 372 on the water. But my question is, do we want to always maintain a buffer?
We should.
There should be like a point where we get up to where we say, now we have to add on.
Yeah, there should be a threshold, and I think that will happen through our master planning process, because I did forward this to Wayne and Nora today.
Yeah, 'cause they asked about this. Yeah.
They asked specifically about this, because, yeah, we need to set a certain threshold to say, once we get to this number, then we need to plan for future growth. So, and whether that means annexing in other, town, one of the biggest criticisms we hear is that, people who live outside of town can't be on the commission or vote or whatever. Though the golf course could annex in, all of Skyview could annex in. We would have to then, I think the statute said we would then have to come up with a plan to service them with water and sewer. Some of those plans could be like the city of Missoula says, okay, you create a special improvement district. This is how much is it going to cost, and then it's on those houses. So that is something that the master plan, I think, is actually going to look at potentially too, is really, so then there is a representation of Ennis, what people identify as Ennis, moving forward, but it's still that civic, code of, you gotta live in the community that you represent, and that the laws are being applied to.
Kelly, they did have, I read in here somewhere, they made a recommendation about the wells. If one well goes down, then we only have one well, and they couldn't remember exactly what they said in here.
Yeah, those numbers are hard to say because if you read in there too, 1 meter wasn't
Working accurately, it would just replace.
Accurate, but we actually ran a whole year just using one well.
Okay.
So I know it can be done even without a study. I knew it could be done. But obviously, the reason for 2 wells, it's mandatory. DQ requires the town has 2, so if one goes down, you have time to fix it while the other one's running the town.
Right.
One of their recommendations, though, if you towards the back, is to look for a third source.
Right. Okay. That was.
Could we drill a well up in Antelope Meadows where we have that property?
Yeah, I think you got it. Well, we would have to do a hydrological study to make sure there's water up there. There's plenty of houses up there that should have well logs that we can get an idea what water we could. But that would be probably the best choice. It's hard to find a place to drill a well. Yeah. It can't be. It has to be 150 feet away from any residence, so it's not like you can just drill one out back here. When we did the one by the rodeo grounds, it just didn't turn out. It only produced 80 gallons a minute. And we look for like 300, 400 gallons a minute is what we're looking for. So I think it's something that the council needs to decide that they want to
and then there's ARPA money coming down too, for instruction. That's what Great West Engineering said too, is so maybe if we do have projects that are, researched and shovel ready, that grant funding can go towards that, because I think each, Ginger, do you know, does each municipality get a certain amount of money for infrastructure?
I think so, I think it might be dependent on the population.
Gotcha, okay, yeah, so I just happened to be talking to the clerk from Judith Basin, and she was saying that there was a bunch of money coming down from water and sewer, so it would be smart for us to have a plan lined out of what we want to do, whether it's drill another backup well or something along those lines, so we can be prepared and hit the gas when we're ready. So thank you, Kelly, for coordinating this.
Yeah.
And reaching out to.
Let's go ahead and move on to the street study review.
You too.
Oh, are we moving on to the streets? Is that?
Yes. We're moving, unless you want to talk more about.
No, if you have any further questions or more technical questions, Great West would be glad to answer them. I guess what we were really looking for was those numbers and hoping that they weren't negative numbers. So it actually was, turned out to be a good report in our favor. So yeah. So on with the streets, does everybody have this copy that's still tiny, but you can at least read it?
Yeah.
Okay, so this was an inventory of all the streets in town, and you see the line about a third or 2/3 down. That'd be the gravel roads, and 2/3 above that is the paved roads. And they start from the worst and go down. So of course the recommendations would be to start at the top and work our way down as much as we can afford. You see what the bottom line is, so you know that we can't.
You can't do it all at once.
We're not going to be able to do it all at once. I think that was the main idea of this study, was to prove that we need to continue the road maintenance district. So you see where the seal coat, the ones that need seal coated, the ones that need crack sealed, and the ones that just need totally reconstructed. What I'm looking for is to turn this into a 5-year plan. When we did it 5 years ago, the mayor and I did it, and I'd like to maybe make the committee a little bigger to decide which roads we want to fix first. Because, for instance, the one that is on the very top and was probably in the worst condition, that I would actually throw off the list, or not throw it off, maybe put it down at the very bottom, because that road does not have a water line down, a water main down. So to reconstruct that road for
$40,000.
For $40,000 to tear up 5 years from now, when people develop those vacant lots down there.
Gotcha. That makes sense. No, that's the expertise that we need to know.
Yeah. So I guess Blake and I for sure, but it sure wouldn't hurt to have a couple more on it to determine which roads we want to do, and what we can afford to do per year also is going to come into play on it. So
how much do we collect over? Well, I guess we have several more developed lots. Now, do we have a ballpark as to what we're collecting through that? Through the street?
Yeah, I think we went over this year. It's going to be 45,000 to 50,000
each year.
Well, and it's going to increase because with each new house that is being built, that'll move from 35 to 75.
Yeah, well, and as like the North 40, those were all considered one parcel until they're subdivided, and then they'll be like 75. And do we have somebody working on that project of making sure that we're current on all of that? Because it's gonna take a lot of $50,000 to get this.
I think that was gonna be a project for Susie, or
For somebody.
I thought, I'm not.
That's one of those special project things we were talking about.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, I guess you can think about it and just let Blake and I know if you want to be on it or not. Oh, the other thing, you said around 50,000, but we also get about 25,000 in gas tax money. So a yearly budget's going to be
Right on the 75,000.
yeah,
75,000.
right. And
What I'll do is, when I send you out the budget information after the bills are paid this time, I'll give you a report that's gonna show you what's in anything that we use in roads.
we'll want to do this by next month so that we can
Budget is next month.
get our resolution written up to approve the next 5-year plan.
Right, plus we have to change the ordinance. It's an amendment to the street maintenance district ordinance.
Oh, okay, so it'll take a second reading.
Yes.
Oh, okay, and publication, okay. So I guess I don't really need to know that, who wants to do that tonight, but whoever does it would be great. I think it should be more than just Blake and I. As long as we got the floor, I'm gonna continue with the town report because I didn't give you a written one, and ask if you have any questions for Public Works. We're shorthanded right now. We need to get a new hire, and Eric will be gone all next week because of Montana Rural Waters having a school where he can go up and learn some stuff and pass his test. So with
We've
that,
been advertising for him right now.
well, I'm sorry.
I just asked if we've been advertising.
Okay. So other than that, yeah, we're shorthanded, but we're getting by okay. We are going to have to hire somebody immediately.
Do you have any you don't have any applicants?
Yeah, we got 4 or 5.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Six good ones.
Yes, yeah. So
All from town or from out of town?
there are some out of town applicants, but people that have friends here and really want to move here. So that's usually not a good choice because they get here and then leave. But we'll just do the best we can in the selection.
One thing I like about the whole program was 100% of the money went for the roads, nothing else.
Yeah, yeah. To clarify some of that though, now the gas tax money we can spend however we want. We have to, but we have to submit a plan to the state. The maintenance district money can only be used for maintaining what's already there. It's not meant to build new roads. However, you can get away with by building a road between, if there's 2 paved roads and then a lateral to it is dirt, because there's paved roads on the 2 sides, you can pave that, but that would also be a lesser priority than the existing. The other thing, whoever's on this board that or helps Blake and I with this, it's important to I lost my train of thought.
Yeah.
11 and you're usually asleep by now.
Oh, what I was going to say is, like, even though it may not be a priority, it may make more sense to bring in a company that it just does chip sealing, instead of do a little chip sealing and a little construction because of the mobilization, so. But, whoever we get on this committee will, help figure that out.
Number one.
Yeah.
What's number one?
What's his number one? Oh, and if you look here,
I've been asking you for 4 years for this very specific road, Conley, right there is number one.
And you'll see it is very highly rated.
It's like 3 or 4.
Yeah, well.
I looked right away which one it was. I was
Yeah,
like,
it's moving to number one.
Hey, yeah, we plan on doing both of those, Conley and
Beaverhead.
Beaverhead.
Yeah, they're both in.
John's favorite one too.
Yeah, so those two will definitely be the priority, and we actually may hopefully get them done with the existing money that we have right now, and not actually be part of this 5-year plan, but just get them done because I believe, I know we have enough money to do those for sure.
Otherwise, you need to put the sailboat out there for me to go through it, and everyone else that has.
It's not bad right now.
Not now, you guys just put sand in it.
Okay, so that's all I got unless you have questions.
The only thing that bothers me the most is Conley Way here where it's bad. That's really in the state right away.
Yeah, but they
won't
will not.
do a damn thing.
No, it's.
Same with Beaverhead. I went to the state before and said, you need to put another pipe in there and then put something on top of it so people are, oh, no, we're not gonna do it. If you want it, you're gonna have to do it. And
Yeah, that's the only way it's gonna.
It's in the state right away.
Yeah, that's the only way it's gonna get done is if we do it.
That's who you're dealing with.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Hey, Kelly, do you have another copy by any chance?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to the board of adjustment discussion. Okay, this one was brought to our attention by Alex, and we've been looking at it just for a little while here. Just so you know where we're looking at, in 1119 in our current zoning, the town commission shall appoint 5 members. And the problem that are having now is we're not able to do the old boy systems for the most part, and this could get us in trouble. So we need to adjust this. When this the council got put in as a zoning board, when was this? 15, 14, 13, somewhere in there before all of us. They could not get enough people to do it, so the council appointed themselves as the zoning board of adjustment.
Yeah, it's the powers that they can reserve for themselves.
But the problem with that is, for us to do that, we have to have an ordinance, and we do not have that on the book. So we've got one of 2 options, and that's why we're having this discussion, is we either appoint another board, or we need to create an ordinance to make the town council the zoning board. My personal opinion, and that of Dan Clark, Alex, and James Greenbaum, who I talked with on this, specifically said we should have a zoning board of adjustment outside of the town. For the very reason of, technically speaking, if we ever get to the zoning, we are the ones, the council is the one that is creating the zoning that is out here, and then they should not be telling people what to enforce.
Yeah, exactly. No, I would love to split it up if we can find 5 people, because that was the trouble going back with the planning board.
I think nowadays we got a lot of people.
Do they live in town?
Yeah, they have to live in town.
You gotta live in town, you gotta live in the jurisdiction that you're making the rules for, and that's where we always that was the issue with the planning board. The state said it had to be 7 members. We can never have 7 members. We couldn't even get 4 to get a quorum.
For the planning board?
For the planning board,
Yeah,
and that's
we
why.
really had to have a we can get 3. That's why we just can't get it.
Well, yeah, and so I'm just wondering, since is it set at 5 people? Do you have to?
It said, our ordinance says 5 people.
Okay,
I'll have to do some
But
looking
here's
to
the thing,
see.
if we're gonna amend the ordinance anyway, could we amend it to 3 people?
Well, we don't have to amend it if we just appoint a zoning board. If we make ourselves the board of adjustments, then we would have to create a board. Like very similar to what BC has.
Okay, how about this? We put an all call out. Are you interested in serving on the zoning board of adjustment? And see how many people we get.
Yes, because what I think.
And then we can take, because if it's 5 people that live in town that have some kind of knowledge, because they're gonna need to go and learn about our zoning code too and how it's applied and all of those things.
But what we'll do is we will appoint someone from the commission to work with, so we really need 4 people. We need someone on the commission to
Well, then you're serving double duty.
a point, but it's like sending John to the library or anyone else that does. We've always got someone in the middle of that. So we will, if we can get at least 4 other people, and if we have 5, great, then the commissioner can go in and sit in on the meeting. But then at least we've got someone
Well, and
representing
if
us.
we can at least appoint 5 and 3 show up, then you have at least 4.
Is there
I
any way
mean-
to extend that beyond the town of Ennis? Because that's half the conflict in
No.
general, it's just that everything
It's
is so, and
it's
it's state statute,
It's
it's
not
100 people to pick all these groups from. That is like the ultimate problem.
That's
We're a bigger
Tell them
community than that.
That's
They
what's
can
wrong.
annex in. That's, I mean, that is, it's not an easy solution, but it's the most straightforward solution that Ennis really runs to Shining Mountains, you know, because that's what people consider to be Ennis. They say they're from Ennis, and that's what our community encompasses. But unfortunately, the way civics works, the way government works, is that you can only make laws if you reside within where the laws are being applied.
That's not for us to change. The only way you can change that, because we've had this conversation 100 times, is you have to go to the state attorney general is the only one that can change that. We have no power.
And in that case, if he changed that for us, it'd have to be changed for everyone. He
Every
couldn't
town,
just change
yeah.
it for like a town, such as ours.
I doubt it.
And it's the same thing as like, you know, we own a property in Belgrade and saying, oh, well, I want to know what's happening in Belgrade too. Even though if I own a property there, I still don't get to vote there because I live here. And it is really weird with our small town limits. And so like, you know, when they built the Valley Garden, that should have been a part of Ennis, you know, and Josh did the right thing. He made the North 40 a part of Ennis town limit, you know, like, and we could look at, you know, annexing them in, but then, you know, you have to create a plan, whether they want to do an SID district or their water and sewer, but then those zoning regulations apply to them too, you know. And that's where a lot of people live out right on the county line, and they say, oh, well, I don't want to abide by the town's rules, but I want to vote for people who make the rules. And that's where there's a disconnect there, you know? So that's part of the issue. But if those people wanted to annex in, they could certainly annex them in too. So, and then you grow the base. And that's that's what Belgrade struggles with. So I don't know if you're familiar with Belgrade. Belgrade has a really small town limit, and then they have huge subdivisions right on their border. So Landmark, River Rock, all of that is not part of Belgrade. But they
Hey,
don't.
Lisa, I'm sorry. I appreciate your point, but you're way
Anyway,
off.
okay,
You're
okay.
not. And it's almost 11 o'clock.
I'm about to say
So
here.
for the Board of Adjustment, do we want to put that in the paper and then just work the word of mouth? Or
Yeah.
so Ginger, can we get that in the paper? Yeah, yes,
Yeah.
please.
Would you be willing to serve on this town? Do you have knowledge of zoning or planning or anything like that?
Okay, let's go ahead and move to the library report. Aaron?
Hit us up, Karen. What do you got?
I'm sorry, you guys didn't actually bring a copy of my report.
Oh, we've got one for ya.
Thank you. But I just want to say the library's doing great right now. It's picking up, we're really busy. We're gonna start in-person programming in June again, yep. Everything's going well there, but a couple of shout outs, I wanna say thank you to the Madison County Mental Health Local Advisory Council. They gave us a great donation, for some self-care books for mental health awareness month. It was a great display, lots of giveaways, and, they've been very supportive in the programming, so far books are really nice. The other thing is, I just found out today, Town Council is going to fund our summer reading program, which is really nice. So we'll be able to bring in more programs for the summer. It's kind of lined out. We've got some great partners coming up this summer for the kids. It's really exciting. The master gardeners in the town were very generous and donated some plant starts to us. And we sell plant starts to fund our seed library. It's all free of cost. The other side is rotating back and forth.
that's ready to go, and I'll go out tomorrow. So we've got another next community support. It's very much appreciated. We're adding some more digital content to our lineup. We have a movie streaming service, but we're gonna add another one that has kind of more pop culture offerings, audiobooks. Anyway, just more things for people to stream in our community.
And Brittany Hirsch up there just asked if the reading programs will be back in person soon,
Yep, starting in June.
starting in June.
Thank you.
I just saw the
Thanks
same.
for
I didn't
reading
know you
that.
saw
It goes
that,
really
yeah.
fast. I can't.
We'll send you an email, Brittany. Without it involved. Yay. Yeah. Anyway, things are going well. We're getting busier. We're looking forward to the summer. Thank you.
Good job, Karen.
Okay, police department report.
We have it.
Do you have any questions, Ashley?
This door's always open. It's right on there. Right on there. The
Does he say
door's
that?
always open. Every time.
Okay,
Does he do these year over year? I wonder if we could do a spreadsheet for us year over year versus traffic. No,
The door's always open.
I guess so. Walk in.
I'm getting tired, sorry.
No, I get it. Go ahead.
Clerk
Ginger, you're
report.
up. Or public work. No, he already gave us. Ginger, you're up.
clerk report.
Clerks, any questions? My door's open too.
I just walk in when I need you.
That's what you need to do.
And call you and stalk you and find you.
It is
Even when you ignore me.
Anyway,
Okay.
done, Blake, roll.
I'm just looking here to see what, we're gonna go, work on next month. I just want to put this out there, a public records request form that most towns have. We've started getting a lot more requests for them. And I'll send everyone out the form as James, has done a lot of work on it. I think we need to pare it down just a bit because he's pulled off of Bozeman. I don't think we need to quite that, extensive, but I'll send it out for everyone to look at.
Doesn't BC have a good one?
I don't know, I'll have to look and see, but just so you guys know that that's on the docket and coming up, be looking for that. Mr. Greenbaum has he wanted to be on here this month and I missed that. Or he sent it too late probably.
Well, and I was actually glad that we missed it because something came up that's
So should I just not say nothing now?
beneficial for him.
Okay, he'll be on next
Not
month
here.
for the fence issue on Hugo. I don't even want to talk about this one, but I might have mentioned this one. They have this sub meeting on the Riverside Edition, potentially at the northeast side of town. Potential of 41 single family homes, 3 RV lots, 16 RV spots. This is very preliminary. This is currently outside of town limits. We've got to be watching this one and get some of these things worked out that we were talking about, i.e. the Board of Adjustments. We need to look at the T&D stuff and everything else. I mean, this is way out there. But
41 houses in, what, 19 RVs? You said 3 RVs?
16. 3 RV lots with 16 spots.
Oh, 3 RV lots.
And it's only 17 of the 80 acres.
Yeah, it's like a 3-part plan.
Yeah, 17 acres. But you have to have 10 to have
He already has existing in Riverside though. RV.
No,
Yep.
these were separate from Riverside.
And does the code say you gotta have 10 acres?
I thought so when
There's gonna be some stuff that if they do to annex into town and stuff like that, that I think that's gonna be really important to attend the planning board meeting and, beyond. And I think there's some negotiating things there too, because they'll have to annex it and they'll have to, and that's where another one of our complexities of our zoning is that is currently zoned in our extra jurisdictional area as low density agricultural. So yeah, so I think that would obviously they would need to rezone or whatever when they annex it.
just so that's out there. And then Ginger has sent you copies of the expense and revenue budget. Start looking at that one. 4/15 she sent it out to you.
start looking at it because we're getting ready to go into that. We're gonna look and see, maybe Lisa and I were talking about some flow charts and some things, just so you guys have any questions ahead of time? Not like last year when you asked right on the day of. You've got a little bit of experience under your belt now. Ask the questions ahead of time so we can have the answers, and we'll work on that one. And a bunch of other stuff, but I'm gonna cut it short now and move on to commission comments. Jason? Nothing. Christie? Lisa?
Only,
Way more than I wanted to.
I think the only comment that I had was that Nora gave us an update.
I know, sorry, I missed that.
No, it wasn't at all,
20, 30-minute warnings, because I can put my earbuds in and work and listen.
I didn't know until Jason asked me,
Oh.
because that he wasn't gonna be there, so that's why I signed it up. But, basically, the only update is that Nora will be here in person on the 27th.
I put that on my calendar.
27th and 28th, she's gonna do a walking tour, a driving tour. She also is setting up those listening sessions with those, I think we came up with like an infrastructure subgroup, a tourism subgroup, health and humanities subgroup, and so she's gonna do listening sessions with them once she's in town too. So.
Well, we have a meeting with her that morning, right? At 9.
Those meetings are just like for her to update us.
Yeah,
They're not,
for what she's doing.
they're just
So,
updates. So she could really just write a report and say,
yeah, she can follow up there. But
Who is this?
This is Nora Bland, the consultant from Cushing and Terrell.
But the 27th, I put there was a meeting at 9.
Yeah, and they put a lot of, and they put a lot of thought into when they were gonna be here, because some people are like, oh, it's too busy, people won't be able to talk to you, but they really wanted to see the town when it was busy too. So that was it was a definite choice, thought out choice of being here. So that is, and the only thing is, I was, hold on, one more thing is I would like to formally thank the ambulance service and crew for their years of dedication to our community.
Thank you.
Regarding public comment earlier, you guys feel free to give a peer eval of all about it. So if you want to, is it Jeff?
Trevor.
Yeah. Trevor, you want to talk to everybody on the council whenever and tell them what you do this. But I'm not a member of that club, but I'm not a board member. So that's Cece Weldon, she just stepped down. Johnny Watson and Lindsay Laybacker.
Okay, and again, the only reason I brought it up is just because, like, I know the skiers, we talked to them and stuff a decent amount, I've known them for a while, and, you know, I mean, they're starting to hear things, like, circulate with their neighbors. I mean, a lot of people pass through that farmer's market, and they're starting to hear things circulate that I don't even know if it's true. No one even really knows all the information because it's not public information.
Yeah,
you know?
and that's the unfortunate part is that you might be only getting one side of the story.
Well, but that's the thing is when it's getting blasted around, you know, a public forum, I just personally, like, I took a little bit of a problem with that. Like,
Yeah, and and if we can get, would it be, and I know we're getting off topic, would it be, best, I did give, the Madisonian our contact information to our attorney, so I think they are working on some kind of thing, because he's the one that's gonna be allowed to talk about it. I will see if maybe we can get some kind of statement from him to give an update as to where we're at. We're not allowed to talk about it. Would that be helpful?
Yeah,
as to where we're at in the process?
There's a lot of stuff swirling.
And probably most of it is not true.
Yeah.
So, and that's
have you
where.
read the article that
in the Madisonian from 2018,
or which one?
From the Montana Standard.
From the Montana Standard, I think I've read most of them about it. And the skiers attorney has been pretty forthcoming from their side of it, you know, and the skiers have, like I said, we've known them for a while, and so, you know, it's
And
like,
one thing we can also say, we can say this because James mentioned this, and there's a lot of misinformation on the social media. We did not sue the steers sued us, and we are defending the alley. And that's something I wanted to put out there. We are defending.
Correct, yeah.
But there's a lot of misinformation out there.
They took the initiative to sue the town.
No, I agree completely. And that's completely irrelevant to what I was saying. My thing is just I don't think it should be being discussed by, city council members or honestly anyone in that public forum. It's almost borderline with slander on some of these weekends, and I don't know. I just had an issue with it. That's where I'll leave that. Thank you guys.
Longevity. One last thing, just regarding square footage, I did a quick calculation for the housing over here at like 800 square foot at 300,000 is $375 a square foot, and the condos at 1,300 square foot, if she were to sell them for 300,000 a piece, would be $230 a square foot. That's ultimately what we're looking at is cheaper houses.
It's hard to tell somebody how they can sell or what
How
they
can
can
you
sell.
mandate?
You can't.
And the
Right away we
Montana
asked, what are you
legislature
doing?
literally
And
just
asked
said,
that. But
then you
can't tout it
legislature
as low income housing though either.
yeah, but the Montana legislature, even if we had a big pool of money and said, hey, we're gonna buy this land and we're gonna build affordable housing, the Montana legislature just said we can't. They just tied the hands of municipalities to do anything for, whether you wanna call it affordable housing, attainable housing, all those things. They literally just tied, because Bozeman and Whitefish had those capabilities and they were working on stuff and they just wiped the city clean for them, which is truly unfortunate because the median home price in Bozeman right now is $725,000.
They moved that map. It's like 5 something and then it's.
I can buy a house here. I don't
know
buy
any
shop property, but there's no.
young family that can afford that.
We bought.
I'm trying to get
Oh,
What's your favorite portion of the
John, do
meeting?
you have anything?
No.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to claims.
Move to approve.
Second.
I think we're on you, Jason. Any discussion on that?
Aye.
Aye.
My favorite part of the night, a miracle has happened, I'm still awake. Move to adjourn.
Second.
Christie.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you all.
Yeah, thanks you guys for showing up. Hey, thanks for the years.
I've never seen somebody work in a hospital like that. Pretty sure it was a pen.
Boy, she was watching.
Did you watch I was trying to watch the comments, but I wasn't trying to watch the comments. There was 99 plus up there comments. They were going off.
Wow, with the.
She was angry.
Still.
Oh.
Because people try to say that I don't care, and I spend so much time in my efforts and my. You're away from your kids, and then for them to say you don't care.
Or we're fucking retarded. Parsons basically.
These are 20 copies of weed water.
That's my neighbor you're talking about.
Watch yourself.
Yeah.
She'll beat you to death with this pen.
I'll summarize what I have and then I'll send it to you. And at least I'll have because.
Are you working?
Yeah. Good. I'm going to Jefferson next week. They had a floor. There are huge gaps. I couldn't hear even.
Otherwise we painted it. Where?
Maybe it's where.
Oh, I know, I gotta go back.
Oh, yeah. Does someone work?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think I could handle it.
Just a second.
I can't believe I'm still aware.
You can't be the only one who's
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're club for. Thanks for taking some of the heat off my face. It's like, oh, Lisa, do I was like, you want to see me roll away? No, do not roll me into that.
You should have said.
Sorry, literally.
All
coffee at 6:30.
I gotta tell them.
You just chill. Do you need to ride home?
Yeah, give John a ride home.
Did somebody really leave their pop and their stuff for us to pick up?
Probably.
Public service on the end.
On top of, oh, these are extra. Do you have scrap paper? Oh, that's.
Oh, are my
Oh.
I can't answer that, I don't know.
Courtney, I did not know you were that hated. I thought it was just like a little hate. I don't know if it got to this level, bud.
No, you don't have to.
I had no idea. I had no idea you were in that position. I thought he was gonna bring up. Really what I thought he was going to. I think that he's really gonna call me out for getting in trouble right now. I really thought he was going for me, Corey, not you. I really thought he was going for me. I was like, oh, now I'm gonna be publicly shamed right now. In case you didn't know, now you know. It's you.
You're lucky. I might bring it up. As a
On the floor? On the floor. Yeah, right here, All right, I'm out. All right, thank you, Karen. Thank you, Karen.
Yeah, thank you, Karen.
Yeah, we'll see you guys later.
Bye, Karen.
Bye.
Good job, Karen. Thank you for your work, Karen, because we need to say that more. We do. We should have done something. I feel bad. They got party at the place. Do you want to party?
What's that?
Yeah.
I take you home, John, but I'm on my bicycle again.
Again?
If it's still there, maybe they stole it. No, it's still there. That's a lucky because you can't even, if I wanted to buy a replacement, I couldn't right now. Glad we had some comic relief with
One guy over there in the corner got me pissed. But he says, you know, you should all resign. It's gonna say, well, you son of a bitch, why don't you do it?
Do you know him at all?
So bad.
Do you know him?
Yeah, I really do.
He's an extremist.
I was like, oh.
Is what he is. So.
Where's he live?
He lives on West Hugel.
Well, then that son of a bitch can run for council.
Yeah.
Tell him to run.
That's why I wanted to bring up. They tried to work on zoning.
Years ago. The chiropractor.
You didn't want it.